We do things like songs that are a little, what we call sexy. You can see from the title, it's more of a love album.
All right, welcome to another week of Manifestations 2020. As you guys can see, this is a very powerful platform. We have people that are just in tune each and every week to listen to what we got to say, and also to hear great content in solution-based form. We have been doing great things for the past week. I've been getting in contact with a lot of people who've been hitting me up about the show, trying to see how we could take it to another level. We appreciate everybody tuning in right now that has been riding with us, because we already know 3 hour shows is a bit much for the average person. So with that being said, that you guys riding out with us for 2-3 hours, it shows a lot, and it also shows how powerful this platform is. Because in order for you to ride out that much um, in length, it's phenomenal, and it shows that how powerful this platform is. That it glues your ears. We keep you guys coming with powerful content each and every week. This week is no different than any other week. This week is actually a going to be a huge week for us because we're uh, pretty much addressing a huge elephant in the room that a lot of people don't want to address. And why is it so important that we're addressing this issue is because a lot of times we hear a lot of the rhetoric that comes from women, especially Black women, that say that they aren't protected um, out here in this realms of this world that we live in. And part of the protection is also for men. And this is why we wanted to do it. We wanted to have the conversation with men because men have to take back that household, men have to take back the community, men have to assert themselves back into society. We understand that there's rules out here. We understand that there's traps out here. We understand there's agendas, and we understand there's our targeting out here for men, especially Black men. So in order for us to get back into the game, we got to dodge all of these things and stand firm on our square. Once we stand firm on our square, it'll bring us enough force to push back against all these agendas, which pushing us and society and our community way back, gets us to a place where we don't need to go. Because the more we let these agendas ride like this, the more it pushes back the voices of the Black community. So even though right now Black women's voices are highlighted because they're getting a lot of roles, you see a lot of first Black woman this, first Black woman that. Yeah, you're getting those roles, but those roles aren't really a powerful role for society or for our community. It's a powerful role that's self-serving, meaning it's powerful for your family. Yes, you go down in the history books as a first, but it also systematic racism will use you to push the community and our people back in a way where you don't think what's going on until it's too late. So we'll definitely dial down in that. I'm also writing a book on that. But we'll definitely get into that a little bit later on down in the weeks or time coming. But for right now, we wanted to address the LGBT community as far as the agendas. We're not here to create any attacks on the LGBT community. I have members in the LGBT community. I have a lot of followers in the LGBT community. Some of them are very wonderful people. You have toxic members in all communities. So whether they're, LGBT or straight community, whatever race, you have ignorant people across the board. So this isn't really to go against the LGBT community. I know a lot of y'all probably think that, but right now we want to educate people on how to separate the agenda from the LGBT community. Why is it important to do that? It's because you can attack the agenda without attacking the LGBT community heads that's in there. And it's very important to do that because when you lump things together and you attack it as a whole, then we get nowhere in society and we don't get to the solutions. And we also can't push back against the agenda because now you entwine the agenda with the people in the community. So we don't want to do that. In life, like I said before, life is chess. And in order for you to conquer chess, you have to do it in a strategic way. And that way your opponent doesn't realize exactly what you're doing, but you're able to conquer the game after being 4 or 5 moves ahead of the person. And that's what we're doing here. We're leaving you with chess-like moves so you know how to conquer certain situations without your opponent even knowing what you're doing. So by the time they realize, it's checkmate and the game is over. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to instill this in you to understand because me, Major, and Bobby, we're not going to be around you 24/7. We want to infuse you with all of this knowledge so that way you can go out there and don't have to tag us to 10,000 notifications on our page and we're running around here like Batman with the dang cape, the light shining in the air, and we can't be at all places at one time. But we can all be Batman if we're equipped with the right knowledge, and that's what we want to bring to you today. So, definitely, how y'all doing? Everything good with y'all? Y'all can hear me?
Salutations, brother. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Bobby, you can hear
Yeah.
us?
Yep, live and full effect.
Okay, cool.
Good on this
Salutations,
side.
everybody. What's up? What's up? We good, man. We here. We ready for it, man. Bring
All
it.
right, so
Shout out to
that's what's
everybody.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's up. So, um, I know this weekend was a St. Patrick's Day weekend. Um, I'm having mixed thoughts about this. Oh gosh.
All the Black Irish was out, man. All the Negro Irish was out in full flex form. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's so funny about it? Yeah, what's so funny about it is that, we go through these transgressions of like when we were growing up, we always used to say we're Indian. We had good hair, we're Indian. And then people be like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
no, y'all not Indian. You ain't got no Indian in your family. Yeah, I got Indian in my family. And then we went on to Asians. Now we have all type of people calling themselves Asian doll, China, all type of these Asian words, using
Yeah.
them as identity. So now they start saying, oh, I got Asian in my family. I'm exotic and things like that. Well, you're black. The fact that you're black is already exotic, but that goes into a whole colorism,
That's a whole conversation. Yeah.
programming, brainwashing thing where a lot of people don't understand as black people and don't understand the highest value is black people. You know what I'm saying? But we get into this
Right.
whole thing where we're not educated, right? We run around saying, "Oh, we're Asian," and now you start seeing on St. Patrick's Day, I'm starting seeing every year people talking about how their family members are Irish, and then I start going into this whole thing like, "Oh, geez, we're not gonna go back to that." I really don't feel like diving into the history of that. And so many times people are telling these people about the history of it. And it's when you really look at the history of it, it's not a good history to look into, kind of like how
Nah.
the Jewish look at the Holocaust, you know what I'm saying? But we
Mm.
don't see that because nobody's out here educating nobody on that. But we definitely will do a show, Manversation will do a show and breaking down different culture, different history that exposes the indigenous people of that celebration or that era. When we talk about Thanksgiving, we'll break down all the FBA and the Native Americans that were here before all of the whoopla and the programming kicked in with Christopher Columbus, which is we all know now
Mm.
is a farce, but we don't go into details of it.
Right.
So with all that being said, this was a very crazy weekend, but we're here. Glad you brothers are here. So let's talk about the LGBT community. So a lot of people don't know what the LGBT community consists of or stands for. So I have a chart here that will break down each sector of the LGBT community. So, as you know, the LGBTQIA community has been extended. So it used to be
Mm.
LGBTQ community, then they add IA. So let's break it down. So we got lesbian as the L, the G represents gay, the B represents bisexual, the T represents transgender, and the other T represents transsexual, then the Q represents queer, and the other Q represents questioning. And questioning, I know a lot of people don't know what questioning means, but that's where a member of that community, if they're in a phase where they're not sure about what to identify with, they're not sure if they even are in the community. It's like a point where they're trying to contemplate what's going on in that moment with them. So they consider that the questioning part of the community. So if you are kind of, I want to say, confused in what sector you want to belong in or how you want to look at it, you can be in a community, but you can identify as Q, which is the questioning part of your community. The intersex, the I for the intersex, um, that is the oh geez, I forgot exactly what that entails. But I'll go to the asexual. Asexual is that's the part of where you
There's
are.
no sexual attraction.
Say that again.
That's where there's no sexual attraction. They don't have a sexual attraction to anyone or anything. They're just
Exactly. Correct.
no.
Correct. So you know
Yeah.
what the intersex is?
I heard that one quite some time ago. That one slipped. Right now, the only intersex I have is intersectional, but intersex I knew long time ago what that was, but that one's been collecting dust on the shelf, so to speak.
Okay, so it's a person might be born with appearing female on the outside, but having mostly male typical anatomy on the inside. So I guess that's the interchanging of pretty much like what Wade's son is going through, or what you might consider hermaphrodites, which is a person that
Mm.
has both parts, body parts as well. So those two people can be identified as intersex. And like I say, if anybody from that community wants to join in, we do have the link where you can join in and educate us if we are not saying the right thing. The ally, the other A in ally is people that don't identify with the community, but they campaign and they rally behind the LGBTQIA community. They are number one supporters, so they call them allies. So they are part of the A as well in the community. And pansexual, you guys know, we've seen plenty of movies. Donald Glover, when he played what's his name in Star Wars, his character was pansexual, which means that you have sex with anything, any body, any animal. You know, you're fluid get with any
Oh,
person you want to or anything you want to and have sex with them. So that's where the pansexual comes from. So you got the lesbian, the gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer, questioning, intersect, asexual, ally, and pansexual. So as you see, it's a very condensed community. Um, and they have different sectors of it. So, you know, the LGBT community is very on point as far as how they divide each person up in that section so everybody can identify to how they want to identify with. Now that we have that out the way, um, a lot of people in the community and a lot of people not in the community have been bumping heads. And this is where we come in and say, okay, let's discuss the issues of what is it that we are bumping heads with. And a lot of people are we're having issues about LGBT community wanting to get respect, but also feel like people from other communities feel like they're disrespecting others in order to get the respect that they want in return. So that's where the bumping of head comes from. And like I said earlier, we talked about how women feel like they're not protected, but women are out here being erased through this community, um, particularly in the transgender sector. I know Dave Chappelle had he had a stand-up piece, and one of his powerful moments in that stand-up was talking about the transgender community, and he was talking about how community was kind of holding everything up because with the transgender community, what he meant by holding it up is that the women, in order for the transgender community to progress, biological women have to degress. So they basically have to take over the role of a woman. And that to me is very problematic in our society. And we have to get down to the root of it and figure out, are we going to stand against it or are we going to fold against it? So that's why the topic was, is the LGBTQIA community helping us or is harming us? So I want to play this video real quick just to show you guys how a lot of women are feeling, and then we could chime in on it. All right.
Leah Thomas and I, we actually tied in the 200 freestyle. We go behind behind the awards podium where they hand out the trophies and you're kind of paraded out, the NCAA official looks at me and says, "Great job. You guys tied. We only have one trophy and we're going to give it to Leah." And so and I say, "Okay, can I ask you why you're giving it to Leah?" For photo purposes, Leah has to have it. And so in that moment, I felt like, of course, I knew what was happening was wrong. But in that moment, I felt like we as women were being mocked. We were being reduced to a photo op to validate the feelings of and the identity of a man.
So, as you can tell, this swimmer, gets into a race, and she is a race with a transgender man. Um, so a transgender woman, which is biologically was a man, and converted over to a woman and identify as a woman. And the thing about it is, when you look at it and you start to say to yourself, like we were saying, that a lot of women don't feel protected. And this white woman herself feels like she's been cheated out of a medal that she would have won had this transgender not been in the same race as her. We've seen this multiple times where a lot of women, biological women, which they consider cisgender women, and they consider us cisgender men. So in the realms, in the terms of them, they're talking about cisgender women. And this cisgender woman felt like she would have won this award had it not been for this trans woman being in the race with her. So instead of they had one trophy, they both tied, and instead of giving it to the cisgender woman, they give it to the trans woman. And she felt like that's not right because this person was already in another community, which was the men. And a lot of times we're seeing that a lot of men are failing in a lot of races. And what they would do will they'll switch over, say, I identify as a woman, and then start competing against women. And my thing is, I feel like there should be a transgender Olympics or a transgender version of whatever sport you have, not entwining
Right.
them with biological women. Because I feel like if you're a person out here and you have a daughter, or this could be your niece, or somebody, a sister that is growing up, and your sister, your niece, your daughter is a very competitive girl. She trains hard, she does everything, and she's in school. She might be in the track, she might be in the swim team, she might be on the basketball team, and when you accumulate these awards and these accolades, big schools tend to look at you and they end up offering you scholarships as a reward for your hard work. Now,
Right.
when you're out here placing first all the time, and then you allow trans women to now compete with these women and compete with your daughter or your sister or your niece, instead of her winning that she normally wins first place every time, now she's competing against three trans women. And guess what? Those three trans women might place one, two, and three. So now your sister, your daughter, or your niece now comes in fourth. Now coming in fourth is way different than coming in first. And all her hard work as a woman now goes down the drain because you're overshadowed by trans women who now are allowed to enter into the sport and compete with women. And as biological terms, men are their body is way composed way different than women. A lot of times you might be stronger, more athletic on a natural basis just by genetic composition. So now these men that now identify as women have a now stronger edge. And now that little bit of edge out edges your daughter, your niece, your sister who has worked her entire life to get to that point, a stage of competition. And now all of it is erased because you now add trans women into the equation, and they are out muscling and out beating them. And I feel like that aspect of it is not fair to women. And it's definitely not fair to this woman who went public about it and spoke on it.
Mm.
And that's heartbreaking because she put in the hours to do that, and then all of a sudden they're giving the trans person the award, the accolade, the photo ops, which now goes worldwide, where people who never knew her name before would now have known her name, and she didn't get that opportunity because they gave it to a trans woman instead. And I think that right there sheds a little light on what we're trying to educate people on and show people that that part of it is kind of erasing biological women out of the picture. And that's just the start of it. So I'll turn it over to you guys and let you guys, educate me on some or enlighten me on some things that you guys want to shed light on.
Bro, the
No,
women
it's
that I
just
know. Oh, go ahead,
go
Bob. Go
ahead.
ahead, Bob. You
Uh,
go. All
I
right.
was gonna say,
Go ahead.
it's really and of course it's not just in sports. You have some of these issues popping up in other places as well, where you have people who uh not to take shots at them personally individually, but for the most part, in whatever arena it is that they're in, they're unremarkable, or at least not their accomplishments or their skills or abilities aren't of note where they would necessarily have made a ripple where they were if they were competing against other men. But now that they're in an arena that's supposed to be for women, just by virtue of not being born that way, they have this extra additional perk that's getting noticed and getting them accolades. And especially in things that call for where there's a gross difference between men and women, because um, let's face it, of course, there are some exceptions, but if you put the average man next to the average woman, the average man is going to be stronger, more durable, have better endurance. And this isn't to say that women aren't capable of attaining those levels of performance and physical excellence themselves, but it's relative compared to men, again, on average. Don't go and get a woman who's an elite Olympic level athlete and compare her to an average dude that just, goes to the gym on the weekends and say, oh, well, see, this woman is better than this man, so it doesn't count. If we look at the average, compare, in the same ranks and everything, it's going to be a difference. So when you have this dude competing up against these women, and a lot of these athletes, when you're at, I don't know what level that competition was at, but I know especially when you're at those serious levels, where you're at the pro levels and you're competing at major levels, or even very competitive amateur levels, a lot of these people, they really, it's about sacrifice. They invest countless hours, they lose sleep, they change their whole lifestyle. Their eating habits are different. The things that they can eat, the things that they don't eat, how they structure their eating cycles, their training regimens. Some of them even actually quit their jobs or even have to, cut hours, spend time away from family and friends and loved ones. The discipline and the overall sacrifice, not to mention the injuries they have to bounce back from, all the investment, and to come and find out that you lost to a person not because they were the better woman, but because this person basically came in with a biological advantage that no matter how hard you train, you can't have. It's crazy. And in these sports, we know that you're disqualified for using these different chemicals, these hormones, and these steroids, and these performance boosters, and even some supplements are considered suspect, at least where you can pop for testing for the positive for them and other things of the nature, and those can hold you back. Yet you can just come in and maybe have a surgery, get something cut here, if you even do that, or just put some other things here and just say, this is what I believe that I am, and that's all it takes. I know a lot of these athletes back in the day, they're probably kicking themselves, wishing they could have done the same thing.
Yeah.
Um, and if they knew they were going to be able to get away with it, and they would be able to have those outcomes and everything else. But even outside of the sports arena, you have places where you have prestigious uh, institutions like People Magazine and Time Magazine giving out honors for Women of the Year, Women of the Decade, and that kind of stuff. And you have, once again, these dudes who they're not really of any note, and they're in the running. And I think the first, and I'm probably going to botch this, I'm trying to remember, but I believe the first time that happened was with Time Magazine when they announced, I think, Woman of the Year. And if I'm not mistaken, please someone point out to me if I'm wrong. I think it was Bruce Jenner or Caitlyn Jenner that won the award.
Yeah.
And if you look at some of the women that it was competing against, I remember that one of them, I believe, was that young teenager from Afghanistan, wherever, Malika, whatever. And this is
Malala.
a girl who, say again,
Malala, yeah.
Malala, yeah, yeah. And her story was considerably inspiring and inspirational. And the idea that someone like that missed out on securing the award because of this person, um, that's crazy to me.
Mm.
That's
And even
wild.
still, even if we were going to go and entertain this and say, there's nothing wrong with this, let's go ahead and make the standard operating procedure. We're going to make it so that this person has the same rights and everything else compared to the other women. Okay, let's say we do that. If we do that, again, aside from going ahead and switching your gender, what have you done of merit, of note, in comparison to these other people? If we take this away from you, what else have you done? And the answer is nothing
Nothing.
really.
Hmm.
Mm.
That's the one leg you have to stand on, and somehow this is the trump card. This is the big joker in the deck. This is the four of a kind, all aces. Um,
Real talk.
the wave. It's not the wave. Uh,
Mm. Yeah, that's
It's
definitely a great point.
outrageous. It's outrageous at the end of the day. Just the fact that, like you said, that lets us know that this isn't anything real. This is something manufactured. You have women out here that are doing noteworthy things, women out here that are making great strides, women out here that are doing things that are larger than life. Just because you had an operation and there's a lobby that wants to promote this to society, you understand what I'm saying? They choose you. You know, they had one award, it was a tie, and they chose to give it to this transgender person. How is that fair? I say withhold giving anybody the award until you can manufacture another trophy. That's how
Mm-hmm.
I see it. Because at the
Mm-hmm.
end of the day, it was a tie. They're both winners. But no, you're
Mm-hmm.
so vested in promoting this agenda to society that no, yeah, you're a woman and everything, and you've been a woman all your life and all that stuff, and you swam great too, and you didn't have an advantage, but no, we want to give it to this because this person fits our agenda. This person is helping us promote this agenda to society, generally speaking. And that's why we're going to go ahead and give them all the shine. We're going to give them all the publicity. We're going to give them all the notoriety. That's bullshit. It's outrageous. And the women that I know are particularly upset about it. And when I
Mm-hmm.
talk to them, it's like, okay, I get that you're upset about it and all that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, we're being totally honest, a lot of you were the ones who empowered them. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? I can't begin to listen. There was a whole period where I was following people on social media, and I look at people's posts, and if people are just posting nonsense, after a while, I just unfollow them or block them because I just don't want to even allow certain things into my thread. Like certain things are just not worthy of conversation. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like certain people ideas and their bullshit is just not worthy of even entertaining. I deleted a few people just today. We talked about this. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And some of these people, it's like it didn't just happen overnight. And you have to remind them, your dumb ass put the battery in their back. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't push back against this stuff early. You were supporting them. You saw the people like Joanne the scammer and you thought it was cute. And you posted it and you were like, you go, girl, you do this, you do that. And see, now they're invading your spaces and they're saying that you don't belong there. They have
Mm-hmm.
these strict, stern rules about misgendering you, or you misgendering them, so forth, whatever the case may be. in that you're referring to them in a way that they don't want to be referred to. But when was the last time that you met a straight person that wasn't part of the community that was okay with being called cisgendered? When did we okay that? You understand what I'm saying? People that I know who understand, because a lot of people still don't understand this. This is quite honestly just liberalese, just shit they made up. A lot of this stuff isn't even real. These weren't real words until 2-3 years ago, 5 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? So these are just words that they make up as they go along because they want to be able to demonize you or classify you as they see fit. But society, broadly speaking, has not agreed to these words, to these terms and what they mean or whatever the case may be. This is something that's really, it exists in that community. And that's fine. And that's how you want to identify among yourselves, whatever the case may be. But when you start coming out and saying, hey, this is what it is, and if you don't refer to me as this, then you're violating my civil rights. Now you full of shit. You understand? Like, I come from the people who fought for a whole civil rights movement. And civil rights are not about, you being called something you don't like, and so therefore your civil rights are being violated. It's offensive to Black people. You understand what I'm saying? And somebody needs to check these people and check these people hard on it, because they come out here babbling this bullshit all the time and nobody ever checks them or challenges them. So it has to, it has to be something that is robust, and it has to be something that is across the board and something that we stay with, because the longer we just allow people to go willy-nilly, and now they're in the process of passing laws to punish you for misgendering somebody. You understand what I'm saying? And most people don't even have any idea that these concepts exist like this. They got these transsexual teachers in schools, and I saw a video a few days ago where the teacher was talking about how some students misgendered them. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like, that's very dangerous when you start talking about being in a school setting, because one, the kids are confused as hell, and two, these children can be punished for not understanding this person's sexual identification class, which has shit to do with kids. You understand what I'm saying? So like, it really angers me when I see these type of terms being put out there, and they expect all the respect for their terms and their classifications, but none of that respect comes to us and how we want to be identified. And I mean, I'm all for people having their rights and privileges and so forth, but the majority of people are overwhelmingly straight heterosexual people, and we don't want to be referred to a certain way, and we don't want to have to change our whole speaking vernacular for this tiny percent of people. I think that's a serious problem out here, especially from the standpoint of where they're going now with these terms, where they want to be able to punish you for not using the term that you prefer. And sometimes at the end of the day, number 1, 2, and 3, you can say what you want to say all day. These people who are, transgender people competing against these natural born women, you can call yourself what you like. You're not the same thing she is. And at the end of the day, her body's made a certain way, and she should be competing with people who are in that same realm, period, point blank. And it's not fair, and it's creating a very serious problem out here, like Bobby said, not only with sports, but with other things, and it has to be dealt with. It's going to get worse before it gets better. But women are going to need to, biologically born women, let me specify who I'm talking about, are going to need to be more active in the pushback.
Exactly. I agree. A lot of people might think Major is being firm with what he's saying, but what he's saying is, like we said before, we have to start speaking up for our women, especially Black women. And I'm going to show you this video of a Black woman who said exactly what Major just said.
Let me say this. I don't have a problem with the trans community at all, but this shit is getting ridiculous. If you say as a trans woman, you want to be called her, she, whatever you decide, even though you are a trans woman, If you want to be called her, she, fine. I'm going to respect that, and I'm gonna do that. So me as a woman, if I say don't call me a cis woman, I'm just a woman. You should respect that. I'm not no motherfucking birthing person. I'm not a chest feeder. I'm not a bleeder. I'm a fucking woman. And that's what the fuck you're gonna refer to me as. And you cannot ask for respect while disrespecting women. And that's what the fuck we get for trying to be allies and shit. Look now they just.
And she was just saying exactly what you just said.
What you
Now they
want?
kind of,
What you want?
That's how the
Yes,
game goes. You
that's
know, I
all.
many years ago, I had back when I was in grade school, I had I believe it was a U.S. history. No, I'm lying. It was a government teacher. Excuse me. It was the college was government, and our teacher we had just started going into the whole Bill of Rights and Declaration of Independence and chopping up the history of that and everything. And I'm not 100% sure if it's tied into it, but I know one of the assignments that we had was we were supposed to debate some. We were supposed to have a class debate. The class was split in half, and she gave us the topic, whatever, and we were just getting into it. It was we were a relatively intelligent class. It was a small class too, so we were able to really
Right.
get into it, like really roll up our sleeves and really get messy with it and just really chop up some of these things, whatever. And so when we're talking about freedom specifically, we're talking about freedom of speech, freedom of all the different things, what you're able to say and not say, whatever.
Mm,
And I don't know if someone asked. I think someone asked the question. That's what triggered it. But they said, uh, when you're talking about freedom of speech, certain things you can and can't do. You can, voice your opinion on certain things, but you can't, for example, go in a movie theater and yell fire or go to an airport and yell a bomb or anything crazy like that. So clearly, freedom of speech isn't just this carte blanche thing where you just got license to kill. So I believe the question was asked, well, how do we know what is and isn't good to say or whatever? And she gave a response that to this day I remember clearly. If I don't remember anything else in that class, I remember this gem clearly, and I even remember what the context was because it just stuck in my mind so much. And she said, "The right to swing your fist ends where the other person's nose begins."
mm,
So you got
that's
all the space, you got all the air, all the matter in the world. You can swing, whine, do whatever crazy stuff you want to do, and you are well within your rights to do so. But the minute you invade the next person's nose, their personal space, now you done crossed the line and went too far.
I like that.
So you can't be out here talking about, oh, I demand that you. I mean, it's the hypocrisy. It almost
It's
slaps you in your face and pours ice water down your back. You
yes.
don't misgender me. Don't call me a pronoun or a label that I don't assign to myself. I reject. I know that this is what the standard is. Like 98, 99% of the population goes according to this, but for this 1%, 2%,
Mm,
you must somehow know that this is how I identify myself as. Don't misgender me. You must keep my small population in mind. But at the same time, I'm going to refer to a collective as birthers, bleeders, just very derogatory, very dehumanizing speech. It's not even insults, it's just really dehumanizing.
right.
You're
yeah.
essentially reducing people to um, body parts. You're putting them in the same position as cows and stuff. If anything, you refer to a cow as a chest feeder,
Mm,
Right.
not a being. But this is
Hmm.
acceptable just because you feel some type of way.
mm,
That ain't that's called hypocrisy.
mm-hmm.
The hypocrisy
That's
is mind
on my
numbing.
block. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
Sick.
So
Real talk. They got slurs for ordinary heterosexual people. They got a gang of slurs. That's only a few. They got more than that. Like you say, the birthers, the chest feeders, all that type of stuff. Breeders, that's another thing they like to call is like, where does that come from? Like, what part
and the
of
funny
having
thing is,
equality and rights is that?
Mm,
right? And the funny thing about those, especially the bulk of those terms, because there's probably a whole. That's not a pool I particularly swim in or dip my toes in very often at all. So um, from the last time that I checked, that's probably a huge ocean of terms and language and lingo now and everything. But the funny thing is about those so-called slurs that they're creating and engineering is there's a lot of there's envy in that because they
There is.
understand that this difference
Mm.
between a woman and someone who identifies as a woman, you can identify all day long, but when you look at the hallmarks of womanhood of being a woman, you can't give birth.
You
These
Mm.
people are
can't.
out here actively in the sciences trying to conjure up methods to have birth. They're trying to be able to transfer wombs and uteruses to these people so they can actually have natural birth.
Mm.
Right.
Y'all, we talk about, oh, you're a bleeder, but again, that's part of the experience of a woman. That regular monthly visit from Aunt Flo. Y'all wish y'all could bleed like that just to verify yourself. So it's a whole lot of metaphorical and in a roundabout way, literal penis envy or vagina envy, really, when you look at it. So
Mm.
your
Exactly.
insults aren't even insults. That's just longing and
Envy.
wistfulness. You're just pining.
Exactly.
You bleeder. I wish I could bleed. Well, get out of here,
Yeah.
you
That
chest
is
feeder. Mine can't feed anybody. It's just
right.
so. It's really. I wouldn't even say it's offensive. Really, what it is, it's sad.
It is. It is.
It's
And
sad.
that's a mental illness today when you're doing things like that to another group of people, when you're referring to another group of people like that. And granted, this is not all people within that community, but it is
Not at all.
tolerated widely
Mm.
within that community. You know what I'm saying? And when you start talking about the fact that, it is tolerated, it is accepted, and it's almost normalized, these slurs, towards heterosexual people that represent the overwhelming majority of the population, and heterosexual women that can do all of these things naturally that these trans identifying people cannot. It really speaks to a mental illness.
Mm.
Refer to people that way, really speaking. You know what I mean? But
Mm.
people that you are, I think there would be a reverence there. The reverence stops at a certain point, and it becomes, as Bobby said, like this envy and this hatred, and that's very disrespectful, and very it's a very, very low and dark type of energy to have towards a gender that you say that you identify as. That doesn't make any sense. If you're showing this type of vitriol towards this group, why do you want to identify as them? You know what I mean? Like, that
Mm.
doesn't make any sense whatsoever. There's supposed to be a love there. You're not supposed to be showing hatred towards this group. You
Mm.
understand? And you get into this space where you start realizing a lot of them, they say that they identify as women, but in actuality, what they want to do is replace women, biological women.
Mm.
And that's starting to become more and more apparent as we go. And a lot of the sisters that I know, you say that I speak about this very forcefully, and I do, because I feel very forcefully about it. You don't have
Mm.
the right to go and invade women's spaces like that. And a lot of sisters that I know, including women in my family, have said, hey, this is just another way. This is very interesting. This is just another way for men to oppress women.
Mm.
I've gotten that from sisters. I was like, whoa,
Yeah.
because we're men, we're not really, that side of the game, we're not really thinking about that much until you see something that's like an immediate danger, an imminent danger to, our children or whatever the case
Mm.
may be. And okay, that's a threat, that's a danger. And, they're just going too far, like that transsexual did with Genuine, where this person is coming on to the guy, he's coming on to him, and the guy's like, nah, I'm not on that. And
Yeah.
then the transsexual tried to call him transphobic, tried to have him kicked off the show. And it's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, nobody has to like you. Nobody has to allow you to rape them, basically, is what this asshole was saying. You know what I'm saying? That you have to allow me to make sexual advances towards you. You understand what I'm saying? because I say so. What type of
Mm,
energy is that? What are you on? And nobody from their community checked this asshole, by the way.
right.
Nobody checked him. Just let him run rampant saying this type of stuff.
No way
That's a
else.
problem. It's going to be a problem. A lot of these,
Yeah.
what's very interesting, when you look into some of these people who've been harmed within that community, and I'm not an advocate of anyone being harmed, by the way. Okay.
Hmm.
But when you look at some of these people who are being harmed within that community, a lot of times it's a result of them being deceptive. You have you're a trans woman, you identify as a trans woman, right? And you're out here dating and you're not telling anybody, that you used to be a man. It's going to get you hurt. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's gonna cause problems, especially if you're dealing with a alpha heterosexual male and he finds this out. That's gonna be a big problem. Y'all really need to stop doing that. You're endangering yourselves and you're being deceptive. And these type of things, you know, once it happens, it's on. And it's not. You're not going to have a lot of time to do some splaining and pull back. It's kind of a heat of the moment thing, and I don't want to see anybody get harmed. But if you're being
Mm.
deceptive and lying to people and trying to force yourself on people, you're gonna get smacked up. And that's the long and short of it. You don't do certain things, no matter what your gender is or what you identify
And
as. You need to
that's
correct that.
universal.
What?
Mm.
That's universal. That plays across genders and sex identities because that the idea of and I'm well aware that we definitely have people out there who both openly and also on the low do deal with and engage with transsexuals in that manner that is exists. But right now, what we're talking about, we understand that again when we look at what the norm is, what the average is, what is the regular standard operating procedure. We know that
Yeah.
most men are heterosexual and most men are not interested in having any sort of intimate relations with a transsexual person whatsoever. That's just the way it
Period.
is. You can feel how you
Right.
feel about it, but that is the way it is, and they are perfectly entitled to feel that way. They have the right to deal with who they want to deal with, and to not deal with
Right.
who they want to deal with, and that's
Yeah.
fine.
Hmm.
For a person who feels that way, whether they have a negative view of transsexuals or a positive view of transsexuals, if they are making interactions with you based on one thing in their mind, they believe that you are an actual woman, a natural born woman. Either the makeup is popping, the surgery is on point, or whatever it is, or maybe drinks have been flowing, maybe it's a dimly lit environment, whatever the case may be, they're unable to detect that anything is different. And now all of a sudden, they come to the knowledge that what they thought they were operating based off of isn't the case. That's not only that deception, you're actually in a manner of, that's a form of sexual assault, depending on how far you've gotten, because
That's
we
great.
understand that the standard sexual assault is consent.
Hmm.
Mm.
And we understand this from heterosexual relations that
Right.
if the terms and conditions that are agreed upon, either out loud or unspoken, are violated, for example, if a man and a woman are having sex and without discussing it, the man slips the condom off and continues having sex,
Mm.
this is now rape
Mhm.
Yeah.
because it was
Yeah.
understood that we were having safe sex, we were having sex with the use of this condom in play. The condom been
Right.
removed without my consent. You have now violated the terms of the agreement. It's sexual assault. If you are kissing a man who has every right to assume, who it's normal for him to assume that you are a woman, unless there's something obvious that's out there or it's been expressed, that's sexual assault.
That's
Mm.
all.
If y'all go home and y'all don't make it all the way home, y'all hit a hotel room or in the car or whatever, y'all start getting busy, and it
Yeah.
comes out, oh, by the way, I kind of was born a lot like you. That's sexual assault. If
That's a
y'all
problem.
have sexual intercourse,
Mm.
and it doesn't
Mm.
matter if he's penetrating, well, obviously, if they're penetrating that, clearly we're a little out of the woodwork now, but if he is penetrating you or engaging in sexual actions with you, it is now rape that you have committed because, again, you have deceived this person. You have violated the terms of the agreement.
Right.
Rape is a traumatic experience. It doesn't matter if the victim is male or female. Rape is a traumatic experience.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everyone doesn't react the same way. Some people have different responses, what have you. Some people may just be shell shocked and walk it off. Some people might be
Yeah.
able to bounce back with nothing for them. Some people might be on the other end of the spectrum. I talk about this all the time when domestic violence goes down for crimes of passion, whatever. Everybody
Mm.
doesn't have the same level of capacity for bullshit. Some
Mm-hmm.
Right.
people can walk in and catch their mate cheating and they just laugh and walk out the room and that's the end of it. Some people snap and everyone ends up on the news tonight and the coroner has
Yeah.
to pull up.
Hmm.
Everyone isn't built the same. Everyone doesn't have the same capacity for bullshit. The best way to avoid those negative outcomes is to deal straight up with people.
Mm-hmm.
Real
And that's got
talk.
nothing to do with identity. That's heterosexual, whatever else you may identify as, male or female. Do right by people. Stop playing games with people.
Yep.
Exactly.
You here
Yep.
to play games, they here for business. Y'all on different waves. Everyone ain't the same.
And somebody
If
gonna
you
get
got to
touched up.
feel the need,
Here's the thing,
I
right?
mean, it's a
So
tragedy when it
it's
happens. But again, how can you dictate to me how I'm supposed to react? Oh, you can't be that traumatized. Who the hell are you?
Right.
You don't
Right.
know what if now?
exactly.
What if a man in that situation now? Check this out, because some people are going to still argue that. But here's the thing: what if a
Yeah.
man who's a victim of the situation was himself molested by a man when he was a child?
Right.
What if that happened?
Right.
And now
Hmm.
here we go. He's in a situation where again a male is taking advantage of him, and he's triggered off of that.
Yeah.
Does
Mm.
this person not have the right to have an extreme reaction based off of previous trauma that they've suffered?
Yeah.
Real talk. Is
That's
somebody gonna
true.
end up on the
I
news? Go ahead,
I
Andy.
was
You
Think
about to
saying? Go
say
ahead.
not work.
I was about to say that with the trigger. You don't know what people triggers are. You don't know what their
True.
past relationships are. Even when we deal with heterosexual relationships,
Mm.
women don't know that guy that they're dealing with, what's his trigger. It could be
Mm.
something so simple and then he goes off on her and she's like, it wasn't really that serious. But you don't know what he dealt with in his past like that. Maybe his mom did that to him and he was just so frustrated with his mom, but he can't cuss his mom, but he can cuss you. You don't know what the triggers are for each and everybody. And just like, men dealing with women, you don't know their triggers.
Right.
Something as a simple touch can turn into something where it's a reaction like, oh, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So you don't
Hmm.
know people's triggers and what they go through. So it's best,
Right.
like Bobby said, just be upfront. And what's so crazy about it is, women, you have to start being vocal about it, because when you see brothers like that being violated, you have to put it in your mind as putting yourself in your shoes as the opposite. Because when brothers are out here violating you, the whole community comes and wants to beat the brother down. And
Right.
when a brother is getting violated, everybody should be sitting there having this brother's back. You know what I'm saying? Because
With
guess
the
what? If you don't do that, you're going to end up like this. And you're not going to like this. You see what I'm saying?
mm.
When you
Mm.
allow somebody to come in
You
and talk
know, figure
about
it out.
they
Right.
identify as a woman, but you're taking a
Right.
shower and the man comes in, now you're violated. But he's
Hmm.
saying that he identifies as a woman, and you're
Right.
like, well, I didn't subscribe to this. You know what I'm saying? In your
Mm.
least moment. So and it
Mm.
could be, look at the reactions of the women. This could be a trigger for them. How you know if they weren't raped or anything like that? Trigger warning.
Right.
But
Right.
how do you know that hasn't happened in their past? Look at her eyes are just bucking because she's appalled of what's going on. So
Right.
you gotta push back on this stuff because
Uh-huh.
we don't know how it's things. If you let things grow, they become to a point where they're so powerful they're out of control with it. And we're
Right.
starting to see this because we're not checking it at the early
Heavy.
stages, and now it's starting to grow, and now it's being this big steamrolling ball that's hard for people to stop because we didn't check it from the get-go. And this is why we're doing this show, is so that you can check it as soon as it pops off. You can check it now while it's not that big rolling steam ball, because once it gets there, it ain't no stopping. So it has to be It has to be checked now, or when it happens later, don't have no don't cry out here because you allowed it to get to that level where it's uncontrollable now. You know.
Right.
So
Real
I
talk.
definitely wanted to say that part.
No lie. Mhm.
Also, with when we was talking about how you want to be identified, and I think Major made a great point about how children, they don't know how another child is being wants to be identified, and you have certain children being coached by their parents at the house, or hey, don't let nobody tell you that not to call you out of this pronoun. So when a child comes and calls
Mm.
them out of a different pronoun, now they're getting upset because they feel like by their parent that they were programmed to only identify to this pronoun. And then guess what? When
Right.
that child gets older, that child gets into a workforce. So now when that child gets into a workforce, they don't know how to comprehend that. And this is what happens when your child gets into the workforce and has to deal with that.
She went to Burger Mill.
Mm.
That'll be $9. Excuse me, sir. It's not she, it's they. Where's the other person? I don't think you understand. I'm not a she. I go by they. Okay. Well, that'd be $18. Whoa, sir, you just said that I had to pay $9. Yeah. She would have to pay $9. They had to pay 18. Okay, I'm not sure if you're trying to be sarcastic, but my pronouns are not she. My pronouns are they. You know what? How about both of y'all get out my store?
So
Woo!
so
Bruh!
Oh
Both of y'all
man.
get your goofy ass about my store. How about that?
so you see how
Bruh.
somebody so you see how it could be taken in a certain way.
Epic.
Like people could play with that because they're like, okay, we're talking logical now, and then you want to come
Right.
in here and say what you want to say. I'm trying to take an
Right.
order, be logical with it, and you say that, I'm gonna say what I say. You can't be offended
Exactly.
by what I say because I'm going off of what you say.
Man.
You see what I'm saying? And it
Because
causes a
y'all.
whole creation and a commotion. I stopped it at that level because it got
Yeah.
real disrespectful after
Yeah,
that
I bet it
point. But
did.
it did,
Shout
it
out to
did.
them
It
for
got
keeping it
real
a buck.
disrespectful. And I definitely want to bring the creator of Daybreak. I definitely want to bring him on our show with us because the
Man.
way he breaks things down, it is so crazy how he puts everything that we talk about in
Uh,
these cartoons. And I
I love
definitely
it.
want to
I
bring
love
him on the show with us, man. I'm gonna definitely
it.
hit him up and reach out to them and see what's
Woo!
going on. But
Big fan of
yeah,
that. Yeah.
that is just a prime example of what people are going through. And like Major said earlier, it's if we don't put a stop to this now and we don't regulate it, you know, then it's going to get out of control
Mm-hmm.
to a point where Major was talking about, where they're now going to start putting laws in place. So here you go, a guy who's ordering,
Mm-hmm.
who's taking the order, who's misgendering somebody from the LGBTQIA community, and now that person
Mm-hmm.
will have a law to back them up where this person who's just trying to make a living now could go to jail because of a new norm that he's not um, that he doesn't understand or knows, and now that person can ruin your life off of a simple miscommunication of dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the dangers of it because see what happens with people, what I know is about people, whenever we put laws in place, everybody has this mindset like it's not me. This law isn't geared towards me. But in a
Yep.
funny way that laws work around, it always finds somewhere around you. It might not be you, but it might be your cousin, might be your uncle, might be your friend. Somebody's gonna get caught up in that law, and then now that's when you want to come out and be this whole sister soldier or this whole activist that's coming out here wanting everybody to,
Yeah.
rally around your family members when it's that time. And I see that same occurrence happen because I'm out here in the streets, and when I see people die, when somebody's family members dies, so they always want people to rally with them. But it's crazy because
Mm-hmm.
before their family member died, they never rallied for somebody else's. They just, you look at it and be
True.
Hmm.
like, oh well, that's not my family. But then when it
Yeah.
hits your family, it hits that door. Now all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden you want, oh, why y'all ain't doing that? I'm so sick, man. Y'all just sit back and
Mm-hmm.
don't do nothing. But you were just sitting back when this Doris son got killed. You sat back and ain't do nothing. You wasn't active like that. You just said it wasn't part of your family, so you ain't had no concerns about it. This is
Yep.
where the mentality comes in. This is why I try to tell people we're trying to get you back to the village mentality. We had a strong village
Hmm.
mentality. I raised children that weren't biologically mine because I had a village mentality, and I made them some of the most keen and strong children in today's society. They're doing phenomenally well for themselves. But that's just the testimony to that I'm a vessel for the Creator, and those are the children that came across my path, and I strengthened them
Mm-hmm.
across my path. When I see a
There you
child out here that's in danger, my instincts is to protect that child as if that parent wasn't around. I'm going to
go.
be
Right.
that parent for that child. I'm going to be the substitute parent because your mother might be at work, your mother might be caught up, your mother might be far away, don't have a vehicle from where you're at. I'm going to intervene and make sure you get back home to your parents safe.
As you
That's a
should.
village mentality. That's
Mm-hmm.
what we lost in it. And we come to this selfless mentality, and we come to this, I'm only doing this for myself and my family. But then when
Right.
you're in that situation, you're begging for everybody else to come out and support you. And that's something that has to change because we have to start getting back to that village mentality. Because now when the village mentality comes in, it already comes with a code of conduct, and that code of conduct now infuses it infuses group economics. Now we're building back our community strong because now we have a functioning cycle going on, and now our mentality is attached to it, and now we're building back that Black Wall Street, that solidified fort that we had before they people came in and burnt it all down. But now we're
No
not
doubt.
running and operating with that same mentality because everybody's
Mm-hmm.
on this individuality bullcrap. We got to get off of that.
You know,
Very well said.
one of the most common things that play into that, and that because the mantra used to be, you do you, I'ma do me, or I'm just doing me. But
Mm,
now the one that's emerged in the last couple of years has really been people doubling down on the whole idea of, or I'm just minding my business, I'm minding the business that pays me, or why are other people's business or whatever. And like you said, that plays heavily into that. There was this German, I think he was a Lutheran, this pastor way back in the day, like in the 1800s and 1900s or whatever.
mm,
He was very outspoken. He was a German cat, but he supported a lot of right wing movements. He supported the Nazis, whatever. And he's all, he had a lot to say, big up in them and everything. Until Hitler and them boys started messed around and playing with the Protestant church, and
Right.
then he had been supporting them for years and years and years. When finally they came and started messing with him and his movement, his people, he dedicated the
Right.
last years of his life speaking out against them. And he said something really powerful. He gave a speech that pretty much and I give him props. It's not how you begin; it's how you finish for the most part. And he gave this speech that basically summed himself up and other people as well too. And he's talking about he's like, first they came for the socialists or whatever, and I did not speak out. Then they came for these people, then I did not speak out. We went through like several different groups, and I always talk about how the people that he ultimately ended up fighting against came for people before him, and he saw it, he knew it was wrong, and he didn't say anything about it. And then he finally ended with, and then they came for me, and I looked around, and there was no one left to speak up for me.
Go.
mm,
So that's
There
what
you
we're talking
go.
about. It's not your business until it is. So if you
mm.
wait for it to be your business, at that point it's going to be too late.
Yeah.
The support that we know there's strength in numbers and power and unity. If you sit back and let things get out of control to a point where it can't be managed anymore, where things could have been easy to check it up front,
Hmm.
but you sit back and wait till it gets to you. Once it's at your door, it's too late. You can't cobble a piece of it together now. This thing got momentum behind it and everything. So now you
Exactly.
got
Yep.
together. That's why you can't get mad at anybody else. Everybody else still licking their wounds and trying to heal. So
Mm.
Like
we've got to learn to
the-
do better at seeing the danger, seeing the problem before 'cause it shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to be hitting us in the face. We shouldn't have to be
Right.
getting a black eye and missing some teeth before we realize, hey, this isn't a very good thing. Someone should do something about it. The best
Correct.
time to act is yesterday. The second best time is right damn now.
you're right.
Correct.
Can we keep it a buck, man? A lot of us, we out here so busy making it rain and twerking, and we don't have time to think about important things. You know what I mean?
Oh,
We too
distracted.
busy trying to be
Yeah.
the perpetual teenager. You dig? So we're not thinking about important things that actually can
No,
empower us, that can help
Neverland.
us. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not thinking about that. That's not even our thought process. Our thought processes do not go there for a lot of us, unfortunately. You know what I mean? And it's part of this steady diet of reality TV, bullshit hip hop, you know what I'm saying? And hanging
That's the
out in
purpose
sleazy
to dull the brain, to numb you, to make it so
exactly.
you can't even respond anymore. It's like the frog in the in the pot. You if you put him in boiling hot water, he's gonna hop right out. You'll never catch him. But you put him in the water, and you
Mm,
just gradually turn the heat up. This man's turning into a five-course dinner. He don't even realize. He just thinks it's the
no,
best sauna experience of his life. Now next thing you know, he did, and on
Mm.
yeah,
somebody's
this
plate.
mental
Yeah.
works out. It's so much better and so much more effective than the old school chain and whip slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like this mental slavery is a bitch. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's got so many of us, bro. Like it's got so many of us that when you try to shake people and wake them up, Mila Renee says it's a playground for arrested development. You damn right.
You better say that.
Because it's very interesting. Just some things that y'all brothers said I want to go back to. Shout
Hmm.
out to Christian Obumseli and Stephon Clark. We start talking about people out here who ended up in a situation and there was nobody to stick up for them because at the end of the day, you was
On that
cooning the
note,
whole time that we was talking about, the things that needed to be done in the community and how all this brutality, this police brutality, and I mean at this point, this police terrorism, is out here and it's affecting us and it's harming us, and we need to push back against it. We need to get out here and make what need to happen by any means necessary. We got to clip up and so be it. You understand what I'm saying? When we out here talking all that, you out here online talking about how black women is burnt roaches and these niggas ain't shit out here and you just as black as us. You understand what I'm
dark
saying? But you
women
talking
bring
about us
dark
in
days.
Arizona. You dig? You see what I'm saying?
Dark women
Bruh.
bring dark. I remember that one particular just sat with me. That one was just I don't know where that one even came from, but I just had to kind of sit back and just kind of like just
Come on,
process it
man.
right there.
Real talk. And you
What
have
he had
the
said?
enemy
What was it?
within. Go ahead.
No,
What was that statement, Bobby?
when they were digging through his Twitter or whatever, they found like all
Yeah.
the anti-black Nazis talk. One of the things that he was saying was now I'm not now to be 100% fair and transparent because it was a while ago. I keep track of things loosely like that. I don't really have like a hard photographic memory like
Uh-huh.
that. But it was
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
either he said it or I think his baby mama said it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but somebody, but if she said it, then he retweeted and was laughing about it. But either he
Mm-hmm.
said it directly or she said it and he co-signed it. Dark women bring dark days.
Mm.
Real talk. Real talk.
Exactly.
Dark women bring dark days. This is what
And,
the people who've been murdered by police, white police, are saying about other black people. And we're supposed to go and support them and cape for them. We just look the other way. You know what I'm saying?
And
I don't feel
and
no
for,
way about it.
and for the record, nobody here. Well, I'll speak for myself. I'm pretty sure the sentiment is echoed as well. we're not championing what happened to them. We're not saying that it was a good thing that they
We're not.
met the unfortunate demise. And
We're
in
not.
fairness to him, those tweets and that stuff at the time of his death, they were said quite some time. I think it was about like 8 or 9 years prior. Like he was I wouldn't necessarily say he was a kid, but he was definitely on the younger side of the game compared to where he was. And yeah, some people do grow and do change. That happens. But
Hmm.
based on everything up until that point that we can gather, because we don't know him personally, we all any of us have is a track record.
Yeah.
That's all we got. All we got to go off of. But based on where he was
That's
at
all.
time of death, there wasn't anything to indicate that he was still necessarily on the wave, but there definitely wasn't anything to indicate that he didn't feel that way anymore. It's not like he was talking all that and then day before he was talking about I love black women, I
Correct.
appreciate
Correct.
black women, my mother. It's not like there was a switch. That's obvious. If anything, he
Correct.
just stopped talking about it, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. So it's perfectly fair to assume that he was on the same wave. That wouldn't be a stretch.
Cool.
But
Yeah.
ultimately, the
And
point
again,
is, where you
Yeah.
tribe at?
yeah.
So the thing is, what we want to make
Go ahead. Go ahead.
people clear about is that um, black women is not our enemy, right? Black women is not our enemy. The little bit of black women that you see that are out here on the goofiness, they don't represent the women that are out here riding for us day in, day out. Our
True.
black mothers and black grandmothers went through hell to get us to where we at today. So my
Yep.
gratitude, as much as women will sit back and say certain things about me because they feel like I hate women based on what I say, that's their personal take. But I never in my life have ever degraded or even looked down on black women. My gratitude will forever be to black women, and I will be married to a black woman because I have that dignity, I have that loyalty, I have that professed found love for black women. So, we have to get out here as men and stop being on that goofy shit. We too much get on that goofy shit. And that's why I was trying to tell people about the passport bros. Like, if you want to go out here and do what you got to do, that's fine. Don't down. The only thing I don't like about the passport bros, don't downgrade sisters to uplift other women
Right.
in a different race. That's
It's
goofy
totally
shit to me.
unnecessary.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because that's a
It's good.
slap in the face to the good black women that were out there. Because if you dial down into every black man's life, there's always been a black woman there that has helped you, that has nurtured you, that has looked out and gave you some great resources. Every
Yes.
black man has that in their life. And just by
Mm-hmm.
you having that should be gratitude towards black women and vice
Agree.
versa. Black women, stop being on that goofy stuff. You out here with a white dude and you living life, that's fine, but don't downgrade black men in the process of it. That's goofy stuff because you too have been in some real tight situations and a black man came through and saved you at one point. So
Of
don't
course.
do no goofy stuff with that. I just want to put that out there because we got to stop making ignorant tweets about each other. And then when it's time to go into war, and we're killed on enemy lines, they dig up your tweets and now people aren't riding with you like that. And it doesn't even have to be digging up tweets or anything like that. It doesn't have to be you being killed. You could be like Bill Cosby, who sat back and talked greasy about black people. And when they started attacking him, they found out it was the right time because black people didn't really want to hear the talks from Bill Cosby talking down on them at that time. So when he turned his back on us, a lot of black folks turned their back on them. And that's
Right.
what got him in the position that he was in. You got to
Mm-hmm.
understand when we're out here in enemy lines and we have not replaced system of racism with a system of justice. Until that is replaced, we have to be out here and be on code and be out here fighting for each other privately and publicly. Because the
Mm-hmm.
minute that we turn against each other is the minute that our demise in our community salvage in the realms of it. So make sure that we out here fighting and unified and on code with each other. I'm not going to downgrade my sister in public. My sister has the same code of conduct where she's not going to downgrade me in public. That's how
Real
we
talk.
rock. You know what I'm saying? And I'll leave it
Love it.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Well said, brother. Well said. At the end of the day, man, it's simple as this. And just to go back to another point there, I want to make sure that I make this clear for everybody. In no
Yeah.
way, shape, or form am I saying that we support Brother Christian and Brother Stefan being murdered. That we're okay with that. We ride for that. No, we're not saying that. But when we go out here and we disparage our own, and then we're in a situation where we need the protection and the support of our own, and our own we don't really come to the aid of that individual, that's understandable. You don't have the support of the community because you've disparaged that very same community. We got to get off of that. We have to always be in the mindset where we're looking out for each other and we're riding for each other, like Ant just said. And that starts sometimes just, within us, and the type of things that we communicate on a daily basis. There any number of us have been accused of hating women at some point or other. But I said to a woman who accused me of hating women once, I've probably done more for women this year, and it was in March, than you've ever done for women in your whole life. And you're sitting up here talking about, because I made a comment about one person, you hate women, you hate all of us. Shut up. Don't even make sense. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, nobody is above criticism. And we need to also, to add to Ant's point, whereas, okay, we're, looking out for each other and having each other's backs, we also need to understand, we also need to put on our big boy and big girl draws and understand that because someone is speaking in a manner where it is it's somewhat of a criticism or whatever the case, that doesn't make that person your enemy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're a good solid person, and you know that this critique is coming from a good place. You need to take that critique and look in if there is anything that you can do to better yourselves. When I hear criticism, first thing that I think to myself, well, is what, you know what I mean? Especially if I know it's from a strong, solid sister. Is what she's saying true? And if it's true, then we need to move on it and have some conversations about it, and so be it. What's up? Is everybody here or is it just me?
No, we're here.
Bob,
You
Oh,
you hear
can
me?
yeah.
hear? You can hear us?
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I hear you. Miller,
Okay.
yeah, I hear you just fine.
Oh,
Sister
okay.
Mila Renee says, I'm a black woman and I've been accused of hating black women. The issue, as you stated, too many can't accept constructive criticism and truth. Let me
Yeah.
shout out to Sister Mila Renee. This is one reason why I love the sister. Yo, sister
Yeah.
don't play. She call out bullshit with her chest. Doesn't matter what your gender is. And listen, I'm getting so tired of this damn argument. You mentioned it earlier, Bob. Where people talking about, oh, just mind your own business. Oh, why are you even talking about it? Oh, why are you even talking about it? Because
Mm-hmm.
okay, sister says, it's love to me. It shows that someone expects more from me because they see it in me. See, that's what real maturity looks like.
Oh,
And
that's a growth mindset right there.
that's a
Yeah.
grown up.
That's someone that's
That's a
looking
grown
to
up.
improve and get better. They're not looking to be stagnant and fail. They're looking to become a better version. Who they are today, it might be okay, but for them, it's not going to cut it for tomorrow. They're trying to be
Right.
something better. They're trying to be something different tomorrow, 1% better. That's how you get. You can't get there any other way.
Mm-hmm. Listen,
You
I've
know,
learned a while ago,
advice.
man. Some of these people, you gotta just take what they say with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Particularly the ones that and won't accept criticism. When we call out what men do, right? That's off, that's wrong, that's foul. Hey, brothers, we need to stop doing this. And this makes us look bad. And we all need to come to consensus and get these Negroes up out the paint that's on this. Period.
Mm-hmm.
There is no caveat. There is no but. There is no, but women do it too. There is no excuse. God damn it, y'all need to stop
Right.
making excuses. Excuses and grow the fuck up. Like real talk. And I'm talking generally, but to a lot of the sisters that we encounter regularly, this is an everyday thing. There is always an excuse for a woman. And I'm here to tell you that there is not ever an excuse for anybody. If we're going to better ourselves, we need to all come to the table and acknowledge, hey, as brothers, we need to work on things. Let's do it. No excuses. As sisters, we need to come together and work on things. Let's do it. No excuses. I'm tired of hearing this argument. Oh, it's his tone. Shut up. Listen, that ain't, if somebody's making that argument, they really don't want to receive the message. They don't want to receive the message. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're developing in your little mind a reason why I should discount and discard what you have to say instead of listening. Sure, we want to be polite to each other. We want to respect each other. But you know what? At the end of the day, somebody said this to me. One of my OGs said this to me. If somebody was going to teach you today how to make $1,000,000, does it matter to you whether or not this person is rude? Whether they say it rude? No, it don't matter. You want to learn how to make that $1,000,000. So let's be real.
It
Okay?
should
Let's be real out here and
matter.
cut the bullshit. It's about, at the end of the day, you don't want to fucking listen. You understand what I'm saying? And that's your loss, actually. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really care. I'm trying to game you up because I care about you. But if you don't listen and you want to keep on rolling with these knuckleheads out here, keep on. It's working so far, right? I'm just saying.
You
Okay, I'll
know,
land my plane. I
it's
digress.
it's funny you said that because the minute you said that, it just triggered something in my brain, and I remember shout out to our good brother Jason Black, who definitely has been doing it
Genius.
major for well over a decade plus of excellence.
Genius.
That
Shout
brother
out to
said
him.
something a couple of days ago on his page, and I just mentally I was giving a standing ovation because it's exactly what you're talking about. He said, "Some of I just found." He said, "Some of you are so messed up that you smile at polite, incompetent people, and you sneer at rude people who actually get results." And then he doubled down on that and he said, "It's not a flex to say you got along so well with the person who could not fix your issue, but you didn't like the
Right.
tone of the one who did fix the issue. There's a reason so
Mm-hmm.
many people are happily broke for the rest of their lives. Like
Right.
you will comfort, feel good, snuggle, cuddly yourself right into mediocrity and nothing
Mm-hmm.
when what you
Yeah.
need to get to the next level, to get to better for yourself, for your family, in multiple different ways, is a good, hard, swift kick to your ass, both cheeks. And in some cases, you need multiple kicks. But because the
Mm-hmm.
kicks hurt, they don't feel good, and they're not pleasant, you'd rather
Yeah.
sit where you are, do nothing, go nowhere, and be minimal because it
Right.
just feels better. At some
And
point,
wine.
adulthood calls for more. When you're a kid, you
Right.
don't have to worry about bills. You don't have to worry about responsibilities. I mean, you might have to have some chores, clean up your room, take a bath, brush your teeth, feed
Right.
the dog, the pet, whatever, toss out the garbage, whatever. You might have some small miniature chores, but nothing of any actual real consequence that anybody in adulthood wouldn't trade off for right now. But when you're an
Right.
adult, it calls for more, and there are harder, tougher consequences out there because
Yeah.
more is expected of you. That doesn't change. Adulthood is supposed to be difficult because it's not childhood. And no matter where you go, whether it's a promotion in your job, whether it's becoming a parent, becoming a spouse, or whatever other achievements or milestone or where the next step is, the
Yeah.
next step in life is always going to require more of you.
Real
Now if
talk.
you don't want to be nothing, if you want to be garbage, if you just want to be, a blob, then by all means do that. That's your life. You have the freedom to do that. But
Right.
if you want anything north of that, you know, that's going to call for moving. That's going to call for change, and movement and change is uncomfortable. Taking a step is never going to be more comfortable than standing still, than
Mm-hmm.
sitting down. That's never more comfortable. But if you want to get to the next place, you have to do it.
It
So
is.
Get out your
You got
feelings. Like they say in the military, it sucks, but embrace the suck. Embrace
embrace
the
the suck.
suck. Get
Exactly.
through
Embrace
it
the
and do it, and then enjoy the benefits and perks that come with getting to the next level. It hurts, but it's not for no reason. Enjoy what comes with the advancement, with the elevation.
real
Yeah.
talk. You know what else they say in
Exactly.
the military that I like? They say pain is weakness leaving the body. I love that quote. I love that
Man,
quote. People, a
I
lot of
live
these
off
folks
that.
out here, you feel me? A lot of these folks out here, man, they think they just gonna go through life getting a bunch of participation trophies. You understand what I'm saying? The participation trophy. You came, so here's your reward. Nah, bro, it don't work like that. You dig? And above and beyond that, let's keep it a buck. You want to be everything. You want to be all you can be. But pouring syrup on shit don't make it pancakes. You understand what I'm saying? You have to become that thing. It's a real ass thing. I'm just
And you shouldn't
taking a
want
picture.
those either, though. I mean, well, it could be the pride in me, but first, even if I fail with it, I would rather fail high than
Right,
succeed low. A
right,
participation trophy is a slap in the face to me. Now,
Yeah.
if I bottom out, I bottom out, but let me fail, let me take the L. It's
right.
not going to kill me. It's not terminal. I'll bounce back from it. I promise you, I'll pour over it. I'll learn from it, and I'm gonna get better next time. And even if I fail again the next time, I
Yep.
guarantee I'm gonna get a little closer to pulling it off than I did before. But don't just give it to me in my hand and pat me on the back. Some people get
Mhm.
off on that.
Exactly.
I can't about that. To me is an insult. That to me
These
is disrespect. I don't
these
want the
new
participation trophy.
These new
So
people, they respect that. And shout out to you, by the way, because what you're seeing, you absolutely show improve when I see you compete in your jujitsu matches or whatever the case may be, no matter the outcome. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? I want to shout you out for that and show a lot of respect for the way that you handle that because whatever the outcome, you always look at the positive aspects of what transpired and what you can learn from it and how it can help you move forward. That's a beautiful thing, man.
Exactly.
That's a
I'm
blessing.
glad.
I
You know,
appreciate it. That
I'm
means a
glad you
lot. Thank
said.
you.
I see you,
I'm
dog.
glad
I
you
see you.
said. I'm glad you said moving forward because this brother that I'm about to show was in a setting in a room full of people. Brother had dreads like myself, and he was basically explaining how he wasn't against the LGBTQIA community. He was against the agenda, and this is why this show is about separating the two. We talked about
Right.
that earlier. In order for you
Okay.
to push back on something, you have to separate. So it's like, hey, we're going to our LGBTQIA members and saying, hey, this ain't you. This ain't about you. This is the agenda. And a lot of
Real talk.
times the members in the community really don't like the agenda. But you got some out here that are pushing away because they want to be seen and notarized as somebody that's out here campaigning for the community. So they'll even push their ideology just to show that they're doing something or making some progress so they could get this participation award or kind of rug on it for doing a good job against for the people that's pushing the agenda. So the brother had pushed back on it, and I'm glad that he pushed back on it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna definitely dissect afterwards what happened, and I want you all to see and know exactly what's going on. So check it out.
Homeschool and then you're not putting yourself
Yeah.
in these kind of situations.
What you lose is negative influences. One of the biggest things I think when it comes to homeschool is keeping my kids away from your bad kids. We've went and taken two pride and we've been loving and we showed support to the people there. Marriage is between a man and a woman. And from experience and talking to people, I understand that a lot of people who choose that lifestyle, it is based on trauma. A lot of were molested or sexually assaulted as children. So I don't think it's okay for me to teach to my children that this is something normal we ought to accept when it doesn't progress society. We would not be able to procreate if everybody were to choose that lifestyle. So I think it's okay for me as a parent to say, hey,
Ah,
that
this good.
but this our this is how we want to.
I think it's more bad. You're going, well, make exceptional parents and do exceptional things with kids because they adopt, and they only adopt kids when they are financially capable, which actually makes kids of gay parents actually more successful and academically competent. So gay parents actually are very good at moving society forward, and we have the statistics to prove
Could that be a long-term solution, though, if a large population chose to choose that lifestyle? There would be no children to adopt.
What do you lose if you?
See, so I just want to break that down real quick. So, as you can see in the video, the LGBTQIA member, he was listening not to understand the brother. He was listening to basically react to what he was saying. He was trying to, instead of reacting to see what the brother was actually saying, because if he was reacting to see what the brother was actually saying, he would realize that the brother made logical sense to what he was talking about. And what the brother was talking about was, you can't, I'm not telling my children that this is bad. I'm just telling my children this is how life is, this is how we procreate, this is the natural order of man and woman. So in the process of that, I took my children out to go homeschooling because I don't want them to be a part or brainwashed part of the agenda. This is what I'm doing to my family. This is the father actually trying to step up and protect his family, which his wife co-signed and is on the same side as him. They both agreed that we're going to take our children out and homeschool them in the direction of the way we want. You guys could go around and say what you want, but I have control of my children, and this is what we're going to put in the household. Now, the LGBTQIA member said something about, because he was like, oh, it doesn't. Society, when you go into that realms of sexual activity, a lot of people in that community can't procreate unless they're bisexual. They don't procreate, So he was saying it in a form of procreation. A lot of the members can't procreate. So he said, if majority of the people was on that, or everybody was in the LGBTQIA community, the society wouldn't be able to progress, which is right, because if you can't procreate, then the society will regress because you don't have enough people replacing the people dying out. We're not immortal, we are going to die. So he was saying, to understand him in that way, he was saying, oh yeah, well, we're good people and we're great parents and we are progressing and we make scholar individuals in society and this and that and that and that. And then he said the one thing that just debunked everything he just said and aligned up with the brother's argument was, well, when we adopt, we make great parents too. And the brother was like, if we're not procreating,
you can't adopt.
You ain't got no children to adopt.
There you go. Oh, so you're making sense now. Hold on.
You want to talk about the pandemic? You really just killed the whole supply chain right there.
Real talk. Like, see, when you with these people, like, and they're not interested in logic. They're not interested in facts. They're not interested in you making sense. This particular person strikes me as one of these radical LGBT activists. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, there are some of them that are very radical and very angry and very upset with heterosexual society. And it's like, dude, we're not saying bees and disease to you, boil them in oil. We're not saying that. You understand what I'm saying? We're making logical points, and we're making logical distinctions between how we live and what we believe and what you believe and how you live. It doesn't have to be that you're necessarily a bad person or whatever the case may be. But when I say to my children, goddammit, that I believe that marriage is between one man and one woman, that's the fucking end of the argument. That's the end of the discussion. I don't want to hear your input about what you think and how you're trying to have jurisdiction over my life and my household. Shut the fuck up. It's done. You understand what I'm saying? And people are not getting that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what is it going to take for you to just fuck back? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, everybody needs to be saying what that brother's saying. Everybody. You understand? If you want to do that over there, that's you. Get the hell up out my house. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to take your beliefs and teach them to my children. And if you come over here with that shit, it's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? People need to stand on their square and stop being pussy out here. This is real stuff. They're trying to get your children in when they're young, and in a lot of instances, sexualize them. In other instances, when they're not sexualizing them, they want to brainwash them into believing all the stuff that they believe. And if that's what you want to believe, that's on you. But you come over here with that shit, it's going to be a problem. And everybody needs to get on that. We need to get on code heavy with that, because the push is real with that particular type of thinking out here. You understand what I'm saying? We can't have that. We can't have it. Go.
I got some folk that had to deal with that too. Early this year too. My homegirl, she shared a story, and I was cracking up laughing, but I can see it because she's pretty outspoken. She's very smart chick, very outspoken. Definitely have to say what's on her mind, what have you. And her dude, real humble, real quiet, but he's a man. No, he's a man. I respect my brother. And I know him through her. She's a homie. He became the homie through her. But even though we don't talk that much, I always have respect for that brother. It's always a mutual, real solid people. And she was telling me and some others that they were at a store and in the checkout line. They have two kids. Their oldest is a girl. I think she's about I can't tell these kids. You missing turn away to get something in the fridge and look back. They just grew like 6 years. It's crazy. So I'm not even trying to guess how old baby girl is, but she's brilliant kid. She was just asking all kind of questions, and they encouraged her to be curious, and so they answer questions whenever she asked them. And they said like she was in the checkout line. She was asking, no, they were about to get rung up next. She's like, "Mommy, is that my dress? I'm a girl. Girls wear dresses, and my brother's a boy." And the mom was like, "Yep, that's right." And then she asked, "So he can't wear a dress?" And before she could respond, this was man, this was an A B C, not even a C really, because Pops wasn't really saying too much. It was an A B conversation. Somebody had to see their way up in that thing. The cashier, now they never said whether. I don't think the cashier was on that spectrum. Might have been an ally or whatever. But instead of the mother answering, the cashier on a button started saying boys can wear. She about to say boys can wear dresses. Before she could finish the word dresses, my dog, my dog went in full pocket there mode. And again, this is a real quiet, low key dude. He don't say too much. He don't say too much. But the minute he heard what was about to come out of her mouth, bro woke up. He Man came. Bro, I have the power. Grayskull came out of that man, and he snapped. He was like, "Don't you dare! Who that? Who do you think you are? Ring us up. Said how our conversation be asking no goddamn input." And then the cashier wouldn't let it go. And that's the crazy part on top of that. Wouldn't let it go. It was like, "I'm sorry, didn't mean to offend you, but we're literally in 2023." And he's like, "I don't give a shit, mind you." He went off like New Year's, bro. And then he still gave her more after that. And you better be sorry. You think I come here for your damn political advice and all that nonsense? Man. But I was dying. Like, it was like a few of us that heard the story. We were all cracking up laughing. I was like, look, when y'all get home, make sure, matter of fact, when y'all get home, call a babysitter, go to grandma's house. Ma'am, you need to give my good brother the buns. You need to give him the greens, beans, potatoes, the yams, lamb. You name it. Give him the cheeks.
Real talk.
Well, Bro put in the work and defend his family. He wasn't gonna let that slide, not on his watch. He wasn't gonna play the well, that's not right. He wasn't gonna just sit there and let it be said and later on the car say, well, you know what the cashier said isn't no, he checked it right then and there, let it know no, it's not okay. And you're right, you
We
gotta
gotta
butt back
stop
on that stuff.
conciliatory.
Butt
We
back.
gotta stop. Yeah, we gotta stop being conciliatory and smiley and
Yeah,
I don't
and
know if
it's
it's
very
not being mealy
important.
mouth.
And you gotta have that
Yeah,
mindset, you don't go looking for trouble, you don't go hunting for it, but if it
yeah,
knocks on your door, open the door like what's up? What's good? Don't back
yeah.
down from the moment. Don't look for the moment, but don't back down from the moment because it's not okay.
Go ahead. Ant.
Yeah, you gotta push back on it. The reason why I say you gotta
Your
push
volume's
back,
low,
we're
Ant. A
looking
little
at it
low.
just on the level of household, but it it's a little low. Can you hear me?
It's a little low,
We
Yeah,
but
hear you now.
you still
A little low,
we can
is
hear
bro.
my
you.
volume low?
You can turn it up a little bit.
Oh, okay, hold on, let me see.
Yeah,
Yeah. Can you
that's
hear me
better.
now?
Yeah,
That's a
we
little
hear
better.
you
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to say that you gotta push back that stuff as we're talking about it on a level like that also creates problems in a different realm. And I'm gonna show you this video real quick, and then I'll let you go back major with it, and then you can take
Yeah,
it from there. But this
yeah.
is the major one of the major problems that we're having, that it's a
Kids
domino
that
effect.
are
So this is what happens
identifying
when you don't push
as
back.
animals going to school and they are purring instead of answering questions and they meow. And the teachers are not allowed to question it because it's considered a queer identity.
So you have kids that are going to school and they're saying, I'm a cat, and the teachers have to affirm them as a cat.
So
So
it's not
schools
just
are like,
Yeah. So
Mm, yeah.
um
Let's go ahead and put this in context.
so
Can I just say it because I feel like everybody want to say it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying that this is a huge issue because now it is affecting the kids' learning process, and not only those children that are participating in it, but the other children that are trying to learn in the classroom. So children follow they follow what they see. So if they see a bunch of children in there saying that they're their cat, these are children. They feel it's fun. That everybody's laughing. They're going to join in on it, and it takes
Mhm.
away from the whole educational system. And now you turn, like the teacher said, you turn the classroom now into a circus.
Right.
So that's all I want to
Real
say.
talk. Listen, bruh, I'm just going to say it for everybody. Okay. We need to push back against the liberal freak show. There, I said it. We need to push back against the liberal freak show. First of all, how does identifying as a cat, how is that a part of queer culture? You understand what I'm saying? Are we assuming that cats are gay, or I don't understand that. That I have a serious problem with that. But just the nonsensical level of thought that's going into this. You understand what I'm saying? Like she said, you turn the classroom into a circus, and this is liberals. Let's be clear. These are liberals. These are the Democrats who are putting these batteries in these people's back to get out here and just act fucking stupid. Listen, I'm all for everybody having their rights. I'm all for everybody having protections. I'm all for everybody, getting protected from the system. And okay, you say you're a marginalized group and people are harming you. I'm all for people having defenses against that type of stuff. That's cool. But like Bobby Drake said so eloquently earlier, how his teacher showed him back in the day, or told him back in the day, you can have the freedom to swing as much as you want, and your freedom ends where somebody else's nose begins. You understand what I'm saying? And in this particular instance, they're all up in this person's nose space with their fists. You understand what I'm saying? Or everybody's nose space with their fists. The kids can't learn in school for
Wild.
crying out loud because you're pushing this bullshit on them. You understand what I'm saying? That has no place in our schools. You understand? And It's these liberals, these radical liberals that are out here pushing this agenda. I know quite a few people within the LGBT community that call this type of dumb shit out themselves. They don't like it. They hate it. But you have a few radical people at the top that are pushing this and pushing this and pushing this, and it gets more radical by the day. Leave other people the hell alone. You can stay in your lane and still do what you do and have your protections or whatever the case may be. And we can still do what we do over here. We can live in harmony. We don't have to be up in each other's space like that. You know what I'm saying? As long as we're not harming each other, we should be fine. You know what I'm saying? We're not harming each other. We're respecting each other's rights. But that's not respecting your rights. You're rewriting the whole way that we should communicate with each other in some language that doesn't even make sense. It has no structure. You understand what I'm saying? And you're confusing everybody and distracting everybody to the point where you allowing kids to purr and meow in class becomes more important than the lesson being taught. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? And people don't see
You
the need to
know,
put.
I don't know what school that is, but my heart goes out to those teachers because it's not them enforcing that. I can't imagine how many calls they must be getting from parents who are pissed off because their child is distracted or getting low marks in class. Well, what's this about my child couldn't finish their test because of some stupid child meowing? Because they're not going to cut the principal; they're going to hit the teacher first. So the teacher's going to have to get
Right.
all that profanity, all that anger and that frustration. By the time it gets to the principal, a little dial down, but the teacher's going to get that first impact. I couldn't imagine.
Mhm.
That's I would probably the minute I heard that I probably would have handed my resignation that day. Let me go to
Come
my
on.
desk, give me 30 minutes, come back with the printout. Yeah, I'll see
Real
y'all on the other
talk.
side.
And you know what I find real interesting, Bob? And check this out. You have this community of people who gets all these wild and grandiose protections that don't make no damn sense, right? And people go out of their way to enforce these protections. And on the flip side, conversely, you have black people who are being murdered by vigilante citizens and cops alike, and we can't get any protections. What bills do we have specifically to protect us from tyranny, specifically to protect us from police terrorism, specifically to protect us from people abusing stand your ground laws and making up excuses to kill a black person because they know that black people are not protected by the system? What laws are in place? What protections are in place for us in that regard? You can protect some bullshit about a kid saying meow because he identifies as a cat, but you can't develop protections for black people to keep us from getting murdered and harmed at the hands of people who are practicing anti-black racism against us. You full of shit. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I don't vote. A lot of black folks, they vote for the Democrats. They vote for the Democrats. It's just a thing, because the Republicans is racist. What the hell is that if it's not racism? You know what I mean? Because let's keep it a buck.
That's a
When
game I ain't playing
somebody's
either way.
punished, for misgendering somebody or whatever, not letting them meow, it's they may say little things to this white lady or whatever, but she's not really going to be punished. The black people are going to be punished. You understand? It's always the black people that are the ones that face punishment. So where are our protections? You know what I mean? This type of stuff, it falls on deaf ears when you say it to me, because at the end of the day, we don't have any protections and we have real problems. This ain't no real problem.
Real problems.
You dig? I mean, they have mental problems, but this is not a real problem. You know what I'm saying? People are not allowing your kid to purr in class because they identify as a cat. That ain't no goddamn problem, bro. We have real
And
problems and we can't get any protections.
and overall, it's the highest form of disrespect possible. Um, we
Mm-hmm.
still have unaddressed issues.
Mm-hmm.
Foundational Black Americans still do not have reparations. Any and everybody else who's been moderately inconvenienced in this country, and even people who haven't even been offended by anything this
Right.
country has done, are able to receive reparations and benefits from the government.
Right.
With us, it's a whole bunch of explaining, a whole bunch of backhanded nonsense. It's a whole bunch of it's legislation that gets passed around for eternity about discussing it and no, it's just disrespectful and any and everything else. At this point, it's even the silly things now are
Right.
getting precedence, are getting skipped in front of us in the line. It's ridiculous. It is
Well, exactly.
absolutely asinine, and it is a high disrespect. And I
Right.
saw an infographic the other day because we've been hearing so much about how other groups are victims of all sorts of hate crimes and such and the third. And
Yeah.
they released a graphic the other day showing that even out of all the other ones, even the ones that you've been hearing about nonstop in the news lately, black people unfortunately are still running the board in
Of
terms of
course.
hate crimes being victimized by. Not even close,
Of
and not
course.
Yeah.
cumulative like in recent years.
Mm-hmm. Real talk.
But everybody else gets to jump the line. Well, this is more important, but we need to deal with this. Right? Do you see me here?
Really,
I'm
exactly.
not
The
invisible.
whole like
I got
on
this
steroids.
dark skin. Don't tell me I'm see through.
It's benign
Yeah.
neglect on steroids, bro. Real talk. And then you got your boy
All the way.
Sleepy Joe in office. What does he do when he gets in office? The first thing he does, pass legislation
Exactly.
to
So
protect the
what
lives
I
of Asians.
yeah
Go ahead, Ant. What's up, Ant? You going
yeah.
in and out.
So
Go ahead.
no, what I was saying. No, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay. So what I was saying is that we have to protect the children against the
Yeah.
agenda because children don't know what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
They only flow with what is being told to them, and it's very important for parents to start now protecting them in ways that we have never protected them before. We're starting to look at different. I remember when I was in a relationship with my ex, and went. We took the kids to the movies, and we went into the grown section. We went to go look at a grown movie, and the kids went to go look at. At that time was, um, what movie that was? I think that was SpongeBob movie. And
Okay.
when SpongeBob movie came out, all the children they went in there, got the popcorn, drinks. They were good. When
Yeah.
they came out of the movie, they came to me because I've always been teaching them and educating them on stuff like that. And
Yeah.
they came out of the movie theater and they were saying, "Yo, it was a lot of." Now, mind you, these children about seven on up, right? So
Mm.
they're like, yo, there was a lot of gay stuff in the movie. They're like, Mr. Anthony, there was a lot of gay stuff in the movie. I
Wow.
was like, for real?
Wow.
Now you imagine a child that young telling you that they can notice gay stuff in the movie. That means that it had to be very heavily promoted in that movie.
Yes.
And we see across the board a lot of parents are starting to watch these kid shows with these children and noticing a lot of the programming in it. So
Yeah.
we definitely have to pay attention to it. And why I brought that up is because this part of the segment, we're going to talk about how to protect our children on that level and the things we need to look out for. One of the
Right.
things is we have this, right? So we got
Mm.
Transformers, right? Rise of the Beast will introduce the first ever transgender robot named RC. And I thought that was very slick for them to use that robot RC as a transgender robot. Why is it? Because
Yeah.
RC, guess how RC is programmed.
Mm.
See, they spell it ARCEE. But
Yeah.
let me show you how it's programmed, right? So
Mm.
you have RC.
Yep.
That's the name, right, of the robot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
guess what? Every toy store has this RC.
Radio
Mm.
So
control.
you
Yep.
see how mentally you're going to program them when they see this to think this. And that's what people don't understand, why it's so dangerous
Heavy.
if you don't understand how the program is. Now, I want to get down and to show you who RC is. So RC is the name of several fictional characters in the Transformer franchise. RC has been depicted as a female Autobot, usually pink or blue in color. Being the most famous of the female Autobot, she has made more appearances and had several more incarnations than any other female Transformer. Originally, she turned into a car. However, later on, she incarcerates into and turned into motorcycles, and RC's design, alternate mode, and personality vary depending on the continuity of usually colored pink and white. She has also been depicted as a blue colored character, and Batcom storyline saw her reformatted into a maximal spider. This is why this RC is going to be in the new movie Rise of the Beast, because this one is going to be talking about the animals. So as you can see, is an Autobot Maximal, also a female Autobot Headmaster. Then also the motto, which I thought was very interesting, right? The motto says, "Looks are always deceiving." So it was
Oh,
easy for them to take this
oh
to take
God.
this Autobot and transform her into a transgender bot, because of that motto. It was the easiest one for them to program and put out there. And this is a picture of uh, this is in the green is RC's boyfriend. So
Hot
I'm
rod.
like, so I thought it was
Hot
very
rod.
interesting when I did the when I looked up the and did the research on it. RC has a boyfriend, and this is her boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember the boyfriend's name,
I
but
forget his
this
name.
is her
I forget.
boyfriend
Yeah.
throughout the whole series. So I wanted to show this and let people know that, the programming is real. Whatever they put out there, whatever the story they put out there, a lot of times they morph to what they want to push the agenda. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with a transgender, but now you're making a transgender Autobot, which doesn't even make sense to even incorporate a transgender
I'm
in the Autobot realm. Even if you were
It
to,
doesn't.
even if you were to look at it in a form of you're trying to do inclusion, you can create a whole new transformer to specifically for transgender transformer. You can specifically do a transgender transformer, a new one, instead of having an old one and then converting them into a transgender when they were originally created as a heterosexual transformer to begin with. So that's why I say you got to separate the LGBTQIA community from the agenda itself. And we do that by doing this, by showing you exactly what it is so you can see the agenda and how they're pushing it versus what is the real reality behind it. And like I say, a lot of parents, they
True.
don't have the time to have people to break stuff down like that. So if you follow Bobby, you follow Major, you follow myself, we're always breaking things down so you can see the clear cut picture of what's really going down. Because if you even go into the deep part of it, we can go deeper with it as far as the whole agenda is basically in white supremacy. The two major agendas in white supremacy that keeps white supremacy and systematical racism going is confusion, deception. So if you have sexual confusion and you have deception, you'll always be in the realms of systematical racism, because once they confuse the people and decept the people, they can get the gears running. When they deceive you about vaccines and all the stuff that you got going on, when they deceive you about, oh, this is what we're trying to do, and they're doing something totally different, when they deceive you about the reality that's so clear to you and what you know, and they change it up. All of this keeps you in the realm of being controlled and being that sheep that follows
Right.
the flock wherever they go. When you look outside of that and you say no more, then you take control of the reins, and now you control yourself, you control your family, which now leads to everybody else controlling their family, which now strengthens our community. And once our community is strengthened enough, now we become a force in society. That's how we get the
Yes.
gears back running in that order. But we got to make sure that we are dotting our I's and crossing our T's on something that looks so minute that can end up turning into that big ball we talked about if you don't stop it dead in its tracks. And I'll let you
Real
guys take it over
talk.
from there.
No, you said it all. But by the way, RC's boyfriend, his name is Springer. That's what his name is. I'm from the cartoon.
Sprinter,
He
yes.
turns into a helicopter. That's Springer. Yeah, that's a
Did they
dude.
run this? Did they run this change by Sprinter? I would think he would have some thoughts about.
Hey
I,
man,
I don't think
I doubt
Springer. I don't think he appreciates being sprung on like that. That's
it.
kind of
Dig. I mean, that name is a little crazy, all things considered. You know what I'm saying? But like, this just goes to show you how far they're reaching, dude. I
it's
mean,
psychotic.
my
That is
God.
psychotic. I mean, it could have been. It would have made so much more sense, and I probably wouldn't even have the headache that I'm developing right now if it was one of the human characters they had. They got like Shia LaBeouf or Josh
Right.
Duhamel or whoever else from the franchise, and then they
That's
got some new character, new human marine character, whatever comes in, or some high school or college student that comes in, and he or she is transgender. I mean, you could speculate about one way or the other, but at least that would make sense. You're introducing a character who is already a transsexual person into the storyline. Okay. I
But
can't
check it,
believe I'm even talking about a trans. How?
bro. You really,
So
it's crazy. Go ahead.
first off, I
Go.
mean, robots. I mean, there's not even any real. I mean, it's obviously it's fiction. Obviously, I mean, so
Yeah.
truth be told, to be honest, nothing has to make sense. But Jesus the Christ, man, can there at least can we not push this to the breaking point? A transgender robot.
Right.
So did the robot have transgender surgery? How did this work? Did it swap out its carburetor for a gas? How does this work?
I mean,
Why?
what kind of restroom does that Autobot use?
Where do they
You
get?
know what I'm
No,
saying?
does it go to Droopy Lube or does it go to Firestone? How does
I'm just saying, like, do they have those restrooms on Cybertron for the trans Autobots? Are you serious?
you
Listen,
know? I'm gonna
but
tell you. I'm gonna tell you something right now.
uh,
I would put money. I would be willing to put down money that it was not the writers and the creators of um it was not the writers of
I'm
the
sure it
screenplay
wasn't.
writers of that.
It wasn't.
Look at that list of producers. I'm sure if you look and see the other projects associated with them, I'm sure if you dig deeper, something's going to stand out.
Look,
Somebody
man.
told me, somebody brought to my attention the other day that around the time the movie Wild Wild West came out, like in the years coming up to that, there
Mhm.
was another. They didn't say what it was, but there was supposed to be a big budget superhero movie that was going to come out. I forgot what it
Right.
was, and I forgot the name of the producer. I'm gonna find it later on. But there's a producer who's interested in financing it. And they sat
Right.
down because you know how they do those meetings. The producers sit down, they hear the ideas, they like it, they put their input or whatever. And this
Uh-huh.
person was supposed to be the primary producer, like he was going to put up the pony with the most money for the film. And he said,
Right.
"I like it. Sounds good. Sounds really, really good. We just need to add a big giant robot spider in the movie." It was like, "The hell are you talking about? There's no giant spider in the script." Yeah, yeah, I know, but I'm just thinking. All right, check this out. All right, it's going to be really, really neat, right? If we put a giant mechanical spider, and the director's like, "No, that's crazy. We're not doing that in my movie, man. I mean, all the other changes you guys suggested are cool, whatever, we'll go with it. We're not putting a giant mechanical spider in the movie." And I was
Right.
like, okay, I understand. Fine. The producer backed out, withdrew from the project completely. Then, next thing you know, someone pitches the idea for the movie for Wild Wild West to him, and then he makes the same thing. Okay, I'll produce it, but I want a giant mechanical spider. And sure enough, if you saw the movie, you got James Arliss or Loveless, whatever his name is, comes in handicapped dude, and in the movie, you got this big giant mechanical spider, and that's how the thing got getting in there. Wasn't part of the script, wasn't what they wanted, but this one person was so
Yeah.
hung up on having a mechanical spider,
Right.
that's what got there. So I'm pretty sure that little genius idea about a transgender robot, that's one of them damn producers. If you see the movie, keep your eyes on those credits. Make sure you see them names.
Yeah.
One of them was positive behind that nonsense.
So here's the thing
And
about it,
that's how
right? When you
Hollywood
talk
works,
about,
by the way. I know people.
yeah.
Holly weird.
So here's the
Holly.
thing. Here's the
Hmm.
thing about the thing that's kind of crazy about, and I want to show how everything puts into place, right? So back in 2020,
Yeah.
they talked about Disney taking over the Transformers series. Would Disney be a part of the Transformers series? So now in
There it is.
2023, when
Mhm.
2023, now you see um, that this is coming out, and now this is the first time they actually introducing a transgender robot. So I wanted to
Yeah.
say with Disney, if Disney takes over, or if Disney is a part of this, now it all
Mhm.
makes sense, right?
Mhm.
Because why does it make sense? It makes sense because of this woman right here, right? So this
Mhm.
woman
Oh,
is the writer, producer, director Latoya Revenue, right? And she
Mhm.
is the brand. She's the brand distributor of Disney, who also is the lady who came out and right. She's Disney executive producer admits to gay agenda, adding queerness wherever she
There you
could.
go.
Remember, she came
Shazam.
out and she said that on TV. Remember that? Huh?
oh,
Hmm. Yep.
You remember she
I
came
do.
out and said that, right? So right
Yep.
here, it tells you that she says she ends up putting it wherever she's added, right? It says,
Yep.
in my little pocket of proud family, Disney. Remember, she's the one family gay, right? The
mhm.
showrunners were super welcoming to my not all secret gay agenda, she said. Maybe it was that the way in the past, but I guess something must have been happened. And then, like all of that momentum that I felt, the sense of I don't have to be afraid to have these two characters kiss in the background. I was just whatever I could adding queerness. No one would stop me, and no one was trying to stop me. And
Hmm.
when you look
Hmm.
at this lady and you look at her name, and I went to research her name, and
I was about to say
voila,
non
Yeah.
FBA. She is not a foundational black woman.
right?
That's the
So
first thing that comes out.
is yep, non-FBA.
Mm.
So France, right,
Yeah.
is very common in France,
Uh-huh.
and we know France had conquered a lot of the Caribbean, which Saint
Yeah.
Lucia, as you guys know,
Hmm.
down there in the Caribbean, these are non-FBA people who are brainwashed by the dominant society. And what's so crazy is that France and a lot of the people that come from a lot of the people that descended from the French name and French heritage is Haiti, 1804, right?
Hmm.
The hidden
Hmm.
history of Haiti, being that this lady is from the realms of the Caribbeans and the strength. I'm pretty sure you could trace back to her family, probably in the realms of Haiti as well.
Hmm.
And in 1804, very pivotal time for Black people because the spirit of 1804, we pushed back. It was the greatest revolution, successful revolution against white supremacy, the most dominant one we ever had, the most successful one we had. And for somebody to come from that lineage to go out here and promote that type of agenda, it's kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. That's a slap in the face to her
And this
ancestors.
is why I say, when we're apologetic, we can do a lot of things when we're very unapologetic. When we're not unapologetic and we subscribe to the dominant society and how they push things out there, then it could be very detrimental not only to the society, but especially in our community, because now we're looking up to somebody who is quote unquote a sister and she's pushing that. And then now you got other people that want to be just like her. That's their whole disingenuous black girl magic that ends up being a issue in the long run than being anything successful. Then when I looked at her pictures and you see this. So it goes to further show you that she's one of those girls that they call the Comic Con, the ones that run
The
around
cosplay chicks. Yeah.
She's a cosplayer.
and
Cosplay chicks. Yeah.
No, cosplay,
anime,
cosplay, but
yeah, the
in on the
cosplay,
no.
who they run around. So they run around
Yeah,
and
that's some.
they run around and they do all of this stuff that ends up biting us in the butt. But when you look at her and you say to yourself, she's not running with no brothers and sisters. So she's in the realm
No.
and society of these people who are out here in a functional manner. She wants to be like them. She wants to be accepted. This goes to the dominance acceptance that a lot of black people have and want to be like. And those are the ones
Yep.
that are the typical, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Those are the dangerous ones. We've seen it happen to OJ.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen to so many
Right.
others that say that they're not black until black hit them. And then guess what? When she gets fired or discarded after she done promoted something that they wanted to promote, now she's sitting back saying,
Black.
oh, you know what? They're doing me so wrong. Now it's an attack on your blackness. But before, it
It's
wasn't an
racist.
attack on your blackness. You know what I'm saying? And that's the dangers behind what goes on. And I wanted to bring that out because it's very important that we protect our children in the process of it and also protect what's going on, because guess what? When you push the agenda like that, then you get photos like this. And this is the confusion. So now you
What
have
the? Oh man, wait. Oh,
so you have men in a skirt and then you have women with rectile in front of them. So
Jesus.
this is the sexual confusion and sexual perversions that come along with the agenda. And this
Wow.
does not look good because now
That's a
you have
bad look.
young girls and you have young boys who watch this, and that's who they grow up and want to be like. A lot of people always talk about there's no such thing as somebody being born gay. That is something that has been debunked plenty of times. Being born
You should
gay,
have cleaned
nobody
up.
in this
I
world
just, mhm.
is born gay. You don't have a gay gene. You're not born gay. What happens is a lot of times people don't want to accept the reality, but the reality is a lot of people are influenced to be gay and they don't want to accept that. A lot of people are influenced to be gay. You're not born gay. You can be influenced to be gay. All right. Now,
Yep.
some people have a connection with what they feel, but that's not majority of the people that went gay. There's a lot of people that got influenced to be gay. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of comedians that weren't gay before. When social media started, a lot of them got their wave by putting on wigs and doing skits. And you got to understand, when you program your mind and you do a set routine, after a while, it becomes a part of you. It becomes in you. One of the things that we don't talk about that I love, Denzel Washington, he spoke about it. Denzel Washington was an actor, very prominently Academy acclaimed, skillful, one of the best actors to ever grace our stages. And he even said that there's roles that he turned down. You know, he turned down a lot of roles because he
Mm.
understands how critical and how powerful it is. He understands
Right.
that certain roles can be very powerful, influential to people, very critical to him and himself. Because what people don't understand is that when you take up a role, you got to get in the character. When you get in the character, you got to play that character. You got to feel that character. You got to know that character. So when you sit back and you playing these roles where you're dressing up in skirts and stuff like that, psychologically, it messes with
Mm-hmm.
you. And we had,
It's an
remember when Martin Lawrence was doing Big Mama, and during the takings of Big Mom, after a while, you remember Martin Lawrence got found out in the streets acting crazy. They was talking about
mm-hmm.
how Martin Lawrence was senile, but that stuff plays with you. And I'm gonna show you this real quick because I know I'm gonna get back to the commentary, but I want to show you this and show you that you have to be unapologetic because these people are gonna try you and they're gonna try you and they're gonna push the agenda. So you have to push back. So I'm gonna
Like when
show
I
this.
connect dots that maybe shouldn't be connected, I don't know. But certain dots, like when I see that they could be black men at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, wow, these brothers got to wear a dress. This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin is sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on. And, what? A prostitute? No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave, listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. You know, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this. And then finally he's like, and he leaves. And then, like, the director comes, Dave, it really would be great if you wear the dress. What is wrong? What is this, Brokeback Mountain in here? So then, wear the dress. I don't want to wear the dress. I want to wear this dress. You know what I mean? This is, oh, gosh, that's so difficult. They leave. Now the producers comes, come on, David, would be so great. I mean, and then I started thinking about it. All the comics that I've seen, man, you know, strong brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses? But the minute it was clear, I was adamant, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm not wearing the dress. All right, fine. Think of something else. Guy comes back 10 minutes later, the whole new scene. Hot damn, how did you write the scene so fast? You know, it's like, so you got to take a stand.
Amen. Got to take a stance. Got to be unapologetic.
Say yes to the dress.
Guy right there. That's my guy. You dig? Best comedian ever. Period. And
Chappelle.
and alpha, a man's man. You understand where I'm coming from? Like, that's how you're supposed to handle that. You feel me? Like, you don't come out here and let somebody butt break you like that. Let the peer pressure of what this person in Hollywood is saying to cause you to do some shit that's outside of who you are. You understand where I'm coming from? Like, it doesn't matter. It can be in movies, it could be in television, it could be in music. People don't know what some of their favorite rappers have done to get these record deals. You understand where I'm coming from? I used to be in music. I can tell you things that I've seen, some very peculiar things. And I'm like, man, look, I'm leaving. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll catch up with y'all. I can't go to that party. I mean, I'm at the door, these exclusive South Beach parties, and I'm just seeing just the setup. And I'm like, what the fuck? Bruh, it's out there, and it's heavy, and it's real. And exactly what Dave Chappelle just said. They'll try to pressure you like that, and they'll put you, ain't nobody try me like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they know they'll get swung on. But at the end of the day, people will try you, something that's not as obvious, as trying to put on a dress or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? And they'll just try you and they'll throw little stuff out there to see
Yeah.
how you respond. And it's like, yo, you
Try
gotta
to
be
ease
on
you into it.
you gotta really be mindful and protect your image
Yeah. I
because
want to
once
just
you
a
do
comment
it,
real quick.
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead. What you saying? What you saying?
Yeah, I wanted to address this comment real quick.
Dope.
I have been
Dope.
told by both gay people, some say they were born, and some said that they made a choice. Yes, they made a choice. I'm not going to deny anybody in that community that made a choice. Nobody is born gay. That has been debunked so many times. So if somebody's telling you that, that's a feeling they have, but they weren't born gay. A lot of times, a lot of people from that community, I have gay people in my family. I've been around gay people. I have therapists that we have these discussions. I've been discussing with in this community heavily because I wanted to understand it, being that I had a cousin that has been in this community for a very long time. Our family is actually historically known because of my cousin in Jamaica. He was the first male to play netball in Jamaica. So he's historically in the books for that. And this was in a time where they wasn't pushing the gay agenda. So I've been around it for years. I've seen it in my family. I've asked people, research, talked to them. Nobody's born gay. They weren't born gay. You're influenced to be gay. You made the choice to be gay. And a lot of times, a lot of gay people have had sexual perversions happen to them when they were young, and it put them in the realms of going in that direction to be gay.
Right.
When you look at a lot of these gay men, they have been victim to pastors and stepfathers or even their own parents that have been fondling them at a very young age, and that even women have been going through the same thing as well. It hasn't been everybody, but like I said, there are different outlets of how they became in that community. So but they weren't born gay. I just want to clear that up. They weren't born gay. It's a feeling.
Right.
They could tell you that, but they weren't born gay.
No, real talk.
It's
And
I
tonight,
got
it's
back
they
that.
made a
scientific
choice
enough, but
all day, but they weren't born.
Go ahead.
that's not the case. It's
Yeah,
Go ahead,
scientific.
Bob.
It's been done,
hey,
and we can't even.
you know what's so no, I just want to say real quick before I let you go, Bobby. What's so funny about it? Everybody always talks about follow science, follow the data, follow genetics when it comes to vaccines or whatever we got to take. But when it comes outside of the realms of that, nobody wants to listen to the genetic structure. Nobody wants to listen to the science. They throw that out the door to
Right.
basically whatever point they're trying to make. It's like science doesn't go anywhere. Whatever argument you're in,
Right.
we can have science to break that down. Just like the man said earlier, he was like, biologically, this is the way we are this is how we procreate. This is the natural order. Because biologically, that's what happens. A man impregnates a woman, and a woman goes and delivers the child.
The end.
It doesn't work in any other order. Any other
Right.
order you line people up with, it does not have the same output. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying? People aren't born straight biologically. See, this is what I'm saying. People will sit back and try to make their argument a certain way. Biologically, we are generated in this direction. We are we're not born straight, but genetically we align up that way because there's a genetic thing. We go back to science. XX, XY. There's a difference why we have those chromosomes in different genders. They align up with each other. There's a feminine energy that's attracted to masculine energy. There's a reason men have more masculinity and women have less masculinity, and there's reason why women have more femininity, have a little bit of femininity. It's a natural balance. This is what we attract to each other. You see what I'm saying? When you get to somebody could break it down for you. You can ask anybody to line up. And I've been there. I've done the research. I've done the studies. I've been with so many people that have the data that prove the data to me. So I'm not talking to you talking out of my mouth. I'm telling you what the research and the data and everything that these people go in there and they do the work to show you the results. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the DNA expert, and I showed people this the other day. There was a DNA expert from China who thought that Asians were different from Black people. When he did over 130 different Asian nations, he took the DNA from each people from that area and region and found out that when you trace back in their DNA, they got African DNA in them. So Asians they're not genetically people that were just born Asians. They were formulated from Black people that their phenotype was basically curated by the regions that they lived in. So that's where you get the genetic features of Asian. They're Black
It's
people.
evolution.
And over the years, they migrated into their own genetic features. This is I could play one episode, play that film for you. This is a man who was very sad because he thought Asians were special, and it turned out to be not because of the genetics behind it. Genetics is very powerful.
And
I don't think anyone would choose that life. I'm just saying.
and
That's an opinion.
oh, go ahead.
No, go
Now,
ahead. Go ahead.
I
I'll
was
let you
going to
go. I'm
say,
finished.
they've DNA researchers and genealogists, they have completely mapped out the human genome. So all the different possibilities, all the different things, when you look at our DNA, the strands, the things that make us literally who we are, the blueprint for each and every single person. Every person's DNA sequence is unique to them, and we know based on the way evolution works that every generation there are changes made from a number of different ways. Environmental things shape you, your biological traits of your parents that shapes you, but they've completely mapped out every single genetic individual possibility. Now, what happens when you mix and match the different markers and things? That's how you get the unique people, different things that play into different people, things skip generations, whatever. But they've completely mapped out not just the human genome, but every single genetic feature that exists. So they're able to identify which genetic marker is responsible for giving you musical talent. They're able to map out which genetic marker, make sure that you have no genetic, no musical talent. So your sister has the marker for music and she sings like a songbird. You have one that's the opposite, and you sound like you need to be shoved in a lake or something so no one can hear you open your mouth. Yeah, some people that have genetic sequences that are responsible for them being taller, some shorter, some people who are able to learn quicker than others, some people who are visual learners. Every single facet you can think of, they've identified a genetic marker responsible for it. There is no genetic marker whatsoever
Exactly.
that is responsible for homosexuality, for being on the
Facts.
spectrum. It does not exist. And
Facts.
trust me, especially those hot button issues, you know that you have a whole ton of genetic researchers out there who've been burning the midnight oil trying to discover it if it exists.
Exactly.
And something like that, that if anyone were to discover that, that would be the discovery of the century, maybe the millennium. You're talking nonstop grant money. They'd be on the
Right.
the talk show circuit for years. They have all kind of best-selling books, documentaries. This
Hmm.
person would be the Michael Jordan, the LeBron James of not just genetics but science. That's a major discovery because that's answering
Right.
one of the major questions all the time. This, as long as homosexuality has been a thing, there's always been this thing about, oh, are they born with it, or is it something that they get from the environment or whatever? This has been the it question. So if they could find something that could point to this, yeah, that's the holy grail right there. The fact that they
Mhm.
haven't found it yet means that it's not out there. Especially if they've already discovered. Well, we've done the research, people are still looking at it, but the case is closed. So it
Right.
can't be
Correct.
about that. That it can be about that. And in addition to that, if you even want to go so far as to say, well, um, are people born straight? That's a good question. That's a logical question. I like that question.
Hmm.
Now, I can't tell you for certain whether or not there's a genetic trait that makes people straight or not. I would think that there isn't. But when you look at our design, because if you understand science, if you understand architecture, you understand design, you understand that form dictates Your form dictates your function. Form dictates function. That's an old design principle. So in other words, if you have cars, you understand that if you're driving a big old minivan, a minivan, unless it's got like all kinds of super powered engine hooks up and everything twisted it out, a minivan is not going to beat a Lamborghini in a drag race. Or any kind of race. It's just not, unless the thing runs out of fuel first. Because the way the Lamborghini is designed to be aerodynamic, to be fast, to accelerate quickly, and all the different things that play into speed, the Lambo was designed for that. The minivan is not. It's designed to get you and your kids from point A to point B. So therefore, it doesn't make sense to try and use a van in the same way that you use a Lamborghini, and vice versa. You would not be trying to use a Lamborghini and use that to be transporting your little league baseball team. That makes no sense. So if we have these human bodies with these genitals, and they're designed to work one way, we have not seen an example where two gay men can procreate, where two lesbian women can procreate between themselves. And we do have examples of this happening in nature. You do have creatures that are asexual; they can even produce without anything else. So we see this in nature does exist, but it's never been proven or shown anywhere in humans. That means that even though there's no genes for it, we're designed to be heterosexual. Otherwise, you don't pass on or procreate. That's how it works.
Exactly.
So again, that's the science, and that's the
Exactly.
logic that
And then
comes from it.
when you look at nature, these animals don't communicate how we communicate. They don't talk or anything like that.
Right.
But they manage enough to understand that. That's why I try to tell people there's the energy, the aura, the masculinity, femininity of these animals that they just know. It's just something in them that knows how to procreate with each other. You see what I'm saying? They don't have a map or anything like that to let them know how to procreate. They come out and they just know there's a magnetic force, an inner force that aligns them up to procreate. That's how. The same thing with us. You don't come out and be born heterosexual. There's an energy between men and a man and a woman that aligns up, and that's how we procreate. You don't need people to tell you that in order for us to line up and know that's how it goes. Even back when Adam and Eve, in order for them to procreate, they didn't know anything about language, they didn't know anything about their body, but guess what? They found out and learned how to procreate, which built the civilization we're in now. If we go by that storyline, you know what I'm saying? So that's the bottom line of that. But go ahead, Major. I know you wanted to say something on that.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's real interesting how, when we have these conversations, like you said, people are always telling you to follow science, follow science, follow science until you have this conversation, and all of a sudden science isn't relevant anymore. There is no such mile
Yeah,
marker in
correct.
science that, that says that you're born homosexual. It just doesn't exist. That's the long and short of it. That's the bottom line. And at the end of the day, you know, we need to respect that. And even when people come out and say that, they weren't born gay, that it was a choice. Remember that kid, Anton Dotson? Remember him? Hide your kids, hide your wife. Remember that guy?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
The white media promoted the hell out of this guy. And like he was their
Yeah.
poster child for the longest time. As long as he was gay and doing gay stuff or whatever, he was their guy. Anton Dodson one day came and he decided, you know what? I don't want to be gay no more. I don't want to do this no more. I want to be a man. I want to have a family. And they disowned him. There's a video clip. I got to send you that clip where this woman, he was saying what I just said. And I mean, she argued him down, basically telling him, no, you're gay. What are you talking about? And he's telling her, no, I'm not. That was a learned behavior. I'm not gay anymore. I don't want to be that anymore. And I want to have a family and be a man. Man, they ran him out of town. You haven't heard anything about this guy. He performed at the BET Awards one year. And he didn't even have a real song. If we want to keep it buck, you understand?
I was
But
going
this
to
is
ask
how.
what he performed.
Huh?
I was about to ask what he performed because I did
That
not know
song,
him from music. Like, did he do jokes or something? But
that song that hide your
Mhm.
kids, hide your wife, whatever. They made a song out of it. You know what I'm saying? Yes, man. I'll
that's
send you the
what,
clip. And he
and that's
performed it
really
at
the
the
performance.
BET Awards.
Okay.
That is when I stopped watching that bullshit because I'm like, bro, this ain't hip hop. You know what I'm saying? This is nonsense. This is not music. You know what I'm saying? But you know, all things aside, whatever the case may be, later on, because you know he had chosen that lifestyle that they were behind him. And when he decided, hey, I'm not doing this no more, he came out and said exactly what we're saying. You know, there is no evidence of, you know, anyone being born gay, whatever. I was identifying as gay. He also said that, you know, something happened to him when he was a kid, which is a common story that nobody talks about. Most of the kids that I've ever mentored that were gay was because they were raped when they were young. You understand what I'm saying? By someone of the same sex, or molested when they were young by someone of the same sex. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's how it is all the time, but a lot of the time, that's what it is, and nobody ever talks about that, right?
I was
Um,
about to say, sorry to just want to interject real quick. I actually saw something today. 'Cause I heard about it, but I didn't hear about it in depth like that.
yeah.
Someone shared a
Mhm.
story where the pastor and the gospel artist Donnie McClurkin, he had shared that how he had been molested, he'd been struggling with homosexuality, and I remember he's talked about it in the past. That's not something he shies away from. But he mentioned that he'd been struggling with homosexuality ever since he was a child because he was molested at age 8.
Mhm.
And he said that ever since then,
Mhm.
Right.
he'd been battling back and forth. That we say he did not want to be gay, but ever since then he'd always had those urges. And he said he had actually tried to get away from it. When he actually denounced it, he said that he had formally changed his life. And if you remember back like in the 2000s, especially like Donnie McClurkin, for a gospel artist, Donnie McClurkin was clicked up. Like he was
Mhm.
very well known, very
Mhm.
respected in the music industry overall. He was very respected, highly sought out. I
Mhm.
know that he done prayers and he'd ministered to like a lot of high profile people. He was even clicked in with the Obamas and everything. But when he came out and when he said, you know what, I've decided I renounce,
Mhm.
I've been struggling with this. I don't want to live a homosexual lifestyle. I want to fully. I haven't been
Right.
I haven't been acting in homosexual. I haven't been intimate or anything of that nature. But I want to commit fully to living a heterosexual lifestyle.
Mhm.
When he said that, he
Mhm.
was talking. Now I didn't know this part. He said all those people, the people he's clicked up with, including the Obamas and everybody else,
Mhm.
they stopped answering phone calls. They wasn't making any phone calls. They just withdrew all support. And he said he had felt more alone
Mhm.
than he ever did because the
Right.
people he thought
Right.
were friends that he relied, they
Mhm.
just left him out to dry because he wasn't going along with the bandwagon. And he said he was
Because
having
they
some other
wasn't
issues, but he wasn't on the team no more.
Mhm. Yeah. We
right.
Right?
He wasn't letting them
anybody knows
use him anymore. Let's just call it what it is.
that we don't shy away from
Go ahead, man.
anything that you guys have a question. If there's anything you want to challenge us on, the link is inside the chat, so you can always click the link and join on stage. We don't shy away from anything. Like I say, I have the data, I have the facts, I have everything at the touch of my hands. We are very logical people. We know what we talk about. We only talk about what we know. And anything other than that, you know, you can jump on stage because just to go back and forth, we want to save you the paragraphs. Now, if you want to type what you need to type in the
Yeah.
comment section, that's fine. We don't have a problem with that, but we just want you to know that any given time, if anybody that's watching, whether past, present, or future, that you want to come on stage, just say, hey, just send me the link. I want to join you guys on stage, and we don't have a problem with that. We would encourage it. We would want more of it. Hey, come on here and chop up some game with us. But with that being said, go ahead, Major.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, like I said, and this is proof. This is more proof. Anytime you start talking about the science of something, people always talk about the science of something until the science of something doesn't agree with their already preconceived notion of what they think they know. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's been decided. It's not a discussion. It's not a debate. It just is what it is. We're not saying good or bad, right or wrong. It just is what it is. You understand? It's like the world is round. It's not flat. It's simply round. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't
Yeah.
mean that it's right or wrong, or whatever the case may be. That we're saying it's flat. I mean, it's right
And it
technically,
is.
what I'm saying, but it's not morally right or wrong to say that it's flat or round. It's just goddamn round. That's it.
Yeah.
And like I said, and I'm talking about the Anton Dotson guy. I think his story is, it sounds like Bob, mentioned the guy with the same type of story. Unfortunately, a lot of the time when people feel that they have a support system within a given community, especially black people, I notice they turn around and nobody really has their back. Even Dave Chappelle spoke of this, when he talked about the transgender comedian that used to open up for him in his special,
Daphne.
Daphne, and Daphne just, didn't toe the line with the rest of what the trans community was saying, and they harassed and bullied this person until they killed themselves. And nobody ever talks about that. Instead of getting mad at these people for being such demons and pushing her to that extreme, they get mad at Dave Chappelle. At the
I
end of
think
the
some of those people
day,
actually got a bunch. Champion were celebrating that too, saying that's what
oh
Daphne
yeah, they were.
deserved.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. So look, at the end of the day, man, we can have our differences, and that's okay. But what you can't do, or what it's not wise to do, is run around causing people of a certain persuasion to harm themselves, or whatever the case may be. And you should not be giving out misinformation based on your feelings. Your feelings don't matter.
Exactly.
Go
So I
ahead.
do want to point this out because I think this goes to JB. You definitely um, you can definitely chime in on this, and you can
And shout
explain
out to
this.
JB right quick for injecting the dialogue. We appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, definitely. We
That's
we
all
Yeah.
we
well.
love it. We love it. Trust
Yeah.
me.
Cool.
This goes out to JB. So this is Little Nas X, and he said, "Hey guys, I've decided to give vagina a try. Anybody know where I can find some good vagina?" And then this girl, who is
Mm,
Noah Cyrus, she responded back by saying, "I got you, bro." And remember,
mm,
Little Nas X had came out
mm.
and said that he didn't want to be gay anymore. Y'all remember that?
Right.
I don't
Oh,
think
I remember.
people gonna.
He doesn't need
I
any
don't
more
think.
attention at the end of the
I
day.
keep
So
no track of,
Yeah,
and I pay no mind to little blank X. I absolutely
no,
do
but
a
what
clown.
what 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 I'm trying to show, what I'm trying to show JB is, what I'm trying to show JB is that you can either choose that way, or
True.
you have some experiences that made you go that way, but you weren't born that way. See, he came
Right.
out, Lil Nas X said he was born that way. Then he came out and said he didn't want to be gay no more. Then he sit back and he said, you know what, I want to try vagina. He's all over the place. He got caught in all over his stuff. This is what I'm trying to tell people.
To be
There's
honest,
people
I
out
don't
there.
even know if he dude comes off as a 100% liar. Like he comes off as, and I know it's out there. It's a well known secret. It happens out there. But they talk about, I know like in the porn community and the prostitute community, they talk about being gay for pay or whatever. Supposedly,
Yeah.
gay porn actors and porn stars
Real talk.
and prostitutes, they get paid much more because there's not a whole bunch of them want to be on film like that. They don't want to be on camera. There's the
Real talk.
increased risk of
Hmm.
picking them STDs, whatever. So it's very risky. So they pay them accordingly. So there's a lot of
Hmm.
Hmm.
not a lot, but there are those out there who they don't necessarily consider themselves to be gay. They might even have heterosexual relationships, but they go ahead and they just engage in the gay acts for money, whatever. He comes off as a gay for pay type of dude. Like he would literally say anything to be famous. Because at this
Yeah.
point, it's not even his music that's known.
Oh,
He's known for his antics at this point.
okay, JB.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
we've had this conversation in the past, obviously on the platform, but we've had gay artists, some that were known gay and were out of the closet, some that weren't. But we had people like Luther Vandross. We had people even going further back, like in the '70s. You had like the Gap Band or whatever, and all these different people. We've had talented artists that were gay, that were of the gay persuasion.
Hmm.
Even recently, and
Right.
I'll give his props. He makes real bomb music. Sam Smith, gay
Yeah.
art,
Sam
openly
Smith is
openly gay artist, make
dope vocalist.
fantastic music. They have stupid talent out the
Hmm.
wazoo,
Mm.
Yeah.
but it's all the talent. They have their recognition, they get their fame, they get their props off of their skills and their talent. Lil Blank X, he ain't got no talent. His talent is causing a shitstorm, shit posting, trolling, doing antics to get a buzz. And of course, you got people side with him because of the antics and they want to rally behind him. But it's not the actual talent. Where's that at?
Exactly. All right.
Lie,
So
no gimmicks.
we
But
got JB joining us. Okay. So JB, welcome to the Manifestations platform. Appreciate you for joining in and tapping the link.
Hmm.
So,
Oh,
what is it that you wanted to let us know?
well, I put it in the chat, but I just want to say, yeah, we're talking about science and what have you, but I'm speaking from people that I know personally, and many of them have said, I know I can give you a whole list of folks. Only one says she chose it, but she's also bisexual. The other people said that they feel they were born that way. I don't think because no one questions heterosexual people. No one questions them, period. So just because you all are saying that male and female are to procreate, procreation is an act that anyone can perform, gay or straight, to have a child. So it does not necessarily mean that you are heterosexual. That is your
No, it's not.
sexual preference. So for me, for you all to say that just because our anatomy or how we were born, that naturally makes you heterosexual, that's hypocritical to the point that people say that what about people who can't have children? So just because they can't have children, what do you make, what does that make them?
Okay. So now,
but that's
No, but if
the
we're
thing
talking
about it.
about the whole thing about this is what I'm saying. I
Okay.
mean, I'm not being rude, but when
No,
you
no, no.
break it
okay.
down I'm breaking it down that way because not being rude to anybody or disrespectful, but logically, you see how crazy that sounds? That
But
No,
sounds
here's the
no,
thing,
no.
crazy.
No.
though.
It sounds crazy because you're rolling it all up into one burrito. Let's break it down
Yeah.
individually, and then we can break it
Let
down that way, and now you'll
and
see
real quick,
how it falls
let
out.
me let me
Go ahead,
address
brother.
that
Go ahead, brother.
specific part right there.
Yeah.
Because I've heard this, I've heard the argument before where people talk about, oh well, you do have some men and some women who can't have children for one reason or another. But here's the thing, though. Even if they are unable to have children for whatever reason, that would be considered a defect. They
Oh,
still have the hardware. They still have, because if all things being equal, they still have the hardware where they could get the job done. If there's a treatment or a procedure that can fix that, they have the ability to go ahead and get that. If it's a case of low sperm count or the sperm is janky, whatever, they can change their diet or they can do other things. In some cases, it's reversible or something that can be adjusted to accommodate that. But if you don't have the hardware for it, period, there's nothing that can be done for that.
so
You
human
can be a
beings are
perfectly
defects
100%. Not
because of
JB.
things that
We're
are
not gonna do that,
biologically
love. I
wrong with
didn't say
them.
that. We're not
You
gonna
just
do that,
said
love. I didn't say. I said the hardware. Your dick don't work. Your vagina don't work. That's what I'm talking about. If a woman is born barren, her vagina has some issues with it, whether
her
it's because of
vagina.
her vagina, well, her uterus. Thank you
Okay.
for the correction. But if there's an issue, girl, you know, come on.
No, I
But
don't.
if there's,
I'm
if
just
there's
listening. Hmm.
okay, well, if there's an issue with the hardware, if something's going on with it, that's a condition that's happened. But we know that that's not the norm. Most people, when they're born physically healthy, if there's no accidents or ailments that occur to them in life, their sexual organs are going to work just fine. You can have two perfectly healthy specimens who are gay, that their genitals work just fine, sperm is active, but they, no matter what, they cannot conceive a child with each other. You can have two women perfectly healthy, the eggs work just fine, no defects, nothing. but they cannot have children no matter what. If a man and a woman are together and they're perfectly healthy, they can still conceive.
You're
That's
talking.
what I'm
That's
trying
what
to
I'm
say.
saying. Conception and
The form
procreation
dictates
does
the
not
function.
equate heterosexuality or homosexuality. That's what I'm trying to get to the root of here. Because to
But
me,
we're not
it doesn't
robots,
make
love. That's
sense.
not how. But honey, we're not robots. What you're talking about is some science fiction, the Matrix thing, where everyone's hooked up to machines and people just
So were
swapping
you taught to
fluids
be
with that. You don't.
heterosexual? Were
That's
you
not,
taught to be heterosexual?
But we
I
Were
was
never
you
not
said
taught to be.
groomed to be
we never
heterosexual?
but we never said that we were born straight. Have
Everything.
you told
But I
anybody that
mean,
you were
it's
born
never
straight?
No
questioned
one.
though.
No,
It's
no, no.
never questioned. And
But
I
it's
think you
never.
all just said that you don't even know research out there
No,
that does question
I
that.
can't say I'm born straight because that doesn't make sense. It doesn't
Okay,
make sense for me to be born
but it's
straight.
never
I'm,
questioned. Is it
I'm.
questioned? Answer that. Is it questioned?
It's a
It may
question for
not.
what?
It
No,
Why
it's
does it
probably
not
matter
isn't.
if
questioned
it's
because
It
questioned?
as
doesn't matter.
Bobby
It
just said,
doesn't
it's
matter
not
if
Why
it's.
does it
ignored.
matter?
It doesn't
It,
matter.
it probably
It doesn't
isn't.
matter if it's questioned or not. The answer to it is
It
I'm
doesn't matter.
genetically composed that way. I'm not born straight. I'm genetically composed to what. Let me tell you something. We're sitting here doing wordplay. That's word salad because guess what? Who made the word heterosexual? We wouldn't even have this. We wouldn't even have this dialogue if heterosexual and homosexual in the anatomy. It wasn't even in the dictionary in the beginning. So take
True.
out heterosexual and take out homosexual. Now state your claim.
Well, in my opinion, I do not think
No, no,
anybody
no, no,
on
no,
this
no, no, no,
earth
no, no, no. Don't do that.
will
No, no, no.
choose
No disrespect.
to
No, no,
be
no, no.
gay
No
because
disrespect. No, no,
conversations
no.
like this,
Listen.
who would like a
Hold on.
conversation
Listen.
like this? Can I
No,
Hold up.
speak?
no. See, that's
Okay,
what
I
I
can't
don't
speak.
like. If you're gonna
Hold up.
talk, if you're
You got to
gonna
answer the
talk,
question. But
no, no, no. If you're
What was
gonna
the
talk,
question? There was no question.
hold on. If you're going to talk, let's talk and let's be sensible about it, right? So what I sat back and I posed the question, and this is what happens with a lot of women, and I notice a lot of
Oh, you
women do
know what?
this.
Y'all have a good evening.
I notice a lot of women do this, right?
I
See,
expected that. I expected.
those type of women are the type of women that
Mm-hmm.
go out here and they make these arguments that's so cynical and asinine, right? And when you challenge
Mm-hmm.
them on their ideology and you hold them to the feet to the fire, they can't handle it. You see what I'm saying? They're
Right.
quick to sit back and attack you and just say all the gibberish stuff. But when you have a sensible man, like all three of us, a very sensible man that you can put in a room and you can sit down and break down intellectual conversations with, and we sit back and I
Mm-hmm.
told her, I said, unravel it. Let's unravel because you're throwing. You know what she's doing? She's doing
Mm-hmm.
exactly what Candace Owens does. And the same
Yep.
woman probably hates Candace Owens, right? But she's doing the same thing Candace Owens does. And this is what
Mm-hmm.
people always, I tell people that Candace Owens is very dangerous. That woman is also dangerous. Why they're dangerous? Because what they do is they'll take some truth and they'll wrap it with bull crap and then they'll feed it
Mm-hmm.
to you. That's what I
Right.
call a bullshit burrito. Candace Owens and people like that will feed you a bullshit burrito. You have to unravel the burrito, take out the
Real talk.
bullshit, separate the real
whatever.
stuff, the nutrients to it, and then you can eat the burrito because the burrito is now healthy because you took out the bull crap.
Real
Candace
talk.
I
Owens
like
does
that.
that. She says stuff that is
Mm-hmm.
100% true, right? She does
Mm-hmm.
say some things that are 100% true. But because we as people know that's true, she'll wrap it
Mm-hmm.
up with some white supremacy bullshit and some dumb
And put it out.
ideology and then feed
Mm-hmm.
you everything. So if you don't dissect it because you sat back and you heard a little bit of truth, you'll be like thinking the whole thing she fed you was truthful when
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't.
Yeah.
So when you sit
Right.
back and you
And that's
deal with
what
these
you get
people,
some
because I
people
deal with white supremacists
off
all
the
day, and
level.
that's the tactics that they use. They'll try to throw
Type of shit.
everything at you, and then you have to sit back and say, "Oh, hold up, let's unravel it, let's unpack it." And then we'll
Mm-hmm.
unpack it so I can sit back and say to you, yes, what you just said is true in that area, but that shit you just said over here was bullshit. And kick that shit out
That,
the
yeah.
rug. You see what I'm
There was
saying?
a lot of
And
bullshit
this
with that.
is a learning point. This is a teachable moment for people.
Right.
Like I want people to understand these dudes that's on here and myself, we're not the average dude you get in the argument. Like that woman would definitely
Mm-hmm.
win arguments with a majority of men. I would give her that because majority of men don't know how to dissect when come at you like that. But like I was saying, you saw how when I broke that stuff down, she was like, well, in my opinion, no. I didn't ask for that. I said, take the homosexual and heterosexual out. Now prove to me your argument. Because homosexual and heterosexual is in the dictionary. This is what somebody called what we're going through. Somebody made the name to say straight people are heterosexual, and gay people are homosexual. Whoever made those words, right? You got to go back and ask them why they made those words. And I'm pretty sure she read the Bible. She's not questioning who wrote the Bible, right? Most people think God wrote the Bible. Most people think a group of men sat around and wrote the Bible. Nobody goes and question it. They'll take whatever's in that Bible for face value, right? So now I'm telling you, okay, if you want to sit here and make that argument, then take away the words and now make your argument, which you can't make. Because now you don't have no homosexual word. Now you don't have no heterosexual word. Now we're talking about anatomy. Now you go into the realms of genetics, biological species. Right. This is our biology, right? Our DNA. You can't put no word to that. There's no words for that. We could take away our whole dictionary. We could take our whole vocabulary. Well, guess what? At the end of the day, we're still humans.
It goes back to what I said. Form dictates function. Again,
exactly.
you ain't gonna see no Chrysler Pontiac minivan at no Formula F1 racing event. It's not gonna happen. And you are not gonna see anybody trying to turn a Kawasaki Ninja into a school bus to transport children to and from school. It's not gonna work because
Correct.
that's not what it's designed for. And
Correct.
even if you take that out of the way, there's also been a whole science about attraction.
Correct.
And that's something that's universal because attraction is a science and it exists all throughout the animal kingdom. Even the animals, it's not the same as us, but there's certain things that animals look at. If you are able to, if you're big and strong, you're able to defeat other animals in combat, or the males are, or in case like birds, if you're able to display yourself most colorfully, if you have an array of a dance, able to build a nest, whatever it is that makes you stand out. But there are certain males, even in the animal kingdom, where they're not able to appeal to the female species adequately. They get overlooked for the males that can. In some cases, reverse, where it's the females that appeal to the male, but there is a science to attraction that exists. So again, even if you take all that out, do we know if we were born gay or straight or anything of that nature? I don't know, but I do know that there's a science of attraction. And even if there is, even if she's right, let's say she's right, some people are born gay. Ultimately, you are not going to have gay men going to get with lesbian women or any others to go and procreate. That's not going to happen. Which
Correct.
ultimately would mean that if they are born gay, we understand how evolution works. These gay people would not be able to pass on their genes to the next generation. So ultimately, that would mean that the gay ones would die out. It would be similar to what was it? The mules, the half horse, half donkeys, the ligers, the half lions, half tigers, where the two species can come together and have a child, but that child can't procreate. And so it goes
Right.
beyond that. You never have second generation liger. You don't have second generation mules because they are not equipped to procreate and pass on the genes. So even if she's right, based on
Right.
biology, it's a stopgap measure. It's designed where it's not going to go further.
Mm.
That again,
And
that's science. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm open to learn. That's cool.
listen, I hear you. I just wanted the way her. She actually started her argument with some bullshit because she's saying, I have friends that say that ain't based in no goddamn science. We're talking about the science. We're talking about factual things. I have friends that say all kind of things. Bobby Drake, what happened the day you were born? Exactly. How many of us know what happened the day we were born? That we were gay or straight the day that we were born. Are you serious? Are you even thinking about what you're saying before you speak? Really? You know what I'm saying? Your friends can say whatever they like. People say crazy things. And I'm not saying that maybe from a very young age, they felt this way. Who knows? But the science, again, we're going back to science, things that have been verified, things that have been tested. The science says that there is no quote unquote gay gene. It just is what it is. And nobody knows what happened the day they were born, how they felt the day they were born. Nobody knows that. It's a non sequitur. It's a ridiculous argument that you clearly didn't think about before you called in, and that's the first thing you said. You understand what I'm saying? That's like, okay, I got homeboys that, they're gangbangers. Were they born gangbangers? It doesn't even matter. You understand? We're dealing with the here and now. You know what I'm saying? But since you want to have the discussion, let's entertain it. Okay, since we're going back to that, how many of us remember what happened the day we were born and how we felt? It doesn't make any sense. And I say that respectfully, but if you're going to call in, make sense with it, because that was not a very good argument. No shade. I'm not shitting on you, but factually, that was just not a very good argument. That's not the way that we want to start. We want to come in good faith, give some facts supporting what it is that we're.
And let's be clear about what's happening. Let's be clear about what's happened over the last 5 minutes or however long that took.
Yeah.
Nothing that we said was meant to be an attack person towards JB, because in all fairness, she didn't attack us, so we're not attacking her. The only thing that we attack is idea. We attack an idea. And we're saying is, JB's more than willing to hit us up again in the future, chop it up. It's all love. But if you're going to bring some ideas, if you're going to bring an argument, cool, but you have to be able to stand the paint with it. I'll tell you right now, if any of us are proven wrong, none of us have an ego like that. We are perfectly willing to.
And that's the thing. What I wanted to show people, was that when you're having a dialogue, because I welcomed her up, I said to her, "Oh, thanks for joining us. What is it that you feel like you want?" If it was an attack, I wouldn't even have let her up, right? But I let her up because this is what we do. If you got a point and we want to hear it, hey, you might got a great point. I let her up and I said, "Go ahead and say what you said." I let Bobby, you was going with her for a minute, and then she started back. She was like giving you other questions. So then I was like, "All right, let me jump in here." And I said to her what I said, and then she was like, "Well, I know a little bit about these people," and then I said, "Okay, take away homosexual and take away heterosexual. Now make your argument." And then she was like, well, I know. And I said, "See, this is what I don't like." And when I said that, she was like, "Oh, you gotta have a great day. Good night." And got mad. Like, if you can't control your temper in debate, then you don't, it's some underlying issues there, because everybody should be at least have the knowledge to sit back and dissect things without being at each other's throat with it. My thing was, I wasn't at her throat with it. What I was doing, which was very offensive to a lot of women get offended when you do this. And that is when you have men like ourselves that stop women from moving the goalposts. That's what she got mad about. I stopped her from moving the goalposts. Before she was trying to get to another place, I said, no. I asked you a question. Let's break it down question to question. But see, a lot of women, what they'll do is when they find themselves being cornered, they'll pull something out real quick. And I said, no, you're not going to do that. I asked you a question, answer my question. Because whatever question you pose to me, I'm going to answer it. And that's what irritated her, and said, "You know what? Good night. Have a great night." So I want people to understand, when the playback, to look at it from context. That's the context of it. You could go back. We didn't edit anything. Everything you see is what you see, and you'll start to see what really transpired. So I just wanted to make that point about it, and then definitely we can move on. I know it's. Go ahead.
Let me make this point real quick, because this is what was put in the chat, and this was predictable.
No, I said before you can wrap.
Go ahead. What'd you say, Ant?
No, I said go ahead. No, I said you. No, I said before you. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, I said go ahead. I said go ahead, wrap it up. I said no, you wrap it up before I move on.
No doubt. Yeah, she very predictably in the comments she's saying I was attacked for being a woman. See, this is that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you were not attacked for being a woman. You were brought on because you had something to say. You came on, you said what you had to say, but you didn't support it with any facts. You started talking about your opinion, and that's not what we're talking about. And so Ant called you out on the fact that, like a lot of women, unfortunately, and not all women, but way too many, when you get in a situation where we're having a linear logic-based discussion, you want to go and pivot to your emotions, babble without having any facts to support what you're saying, and you can't do that. It has nothing to do with you being a woman. You're not being attacked for being a woman. Sister Mila Renee is a woman, and I shouted her out and said how great she was earlier. Sister Quita is a woman. I shouted her out and said how great she is every week. You understand what I'm saying? Let's get off of this just because I can't articulate my point and I'm losing this argument. I'm being attacked because I'm a woman. It's bullshit and we see right through it. Shout out to you. All right,
Even if you didn't like the fact that it was said that this is what women do, this is what most women do, nothing that was said was an attack on you for being a woman. Again, it was the idea that was being banged on. It was the presentation that was being banged on. There was nothing about women are bad or women are negative. This is something that women are prone to do. There are things that men are prone to doing, good and bad.
True.
There are things women are prone to doing, good and bad. One particular thing, one trend that we're aware of was called out and said, this is something that typically happens. And now all of a sudden the whole thing was an attack on women. No, dear.
It's not.
Don't do that. That right there, if anything, just completely undercut the points you were trying to make because it showed that you are not trying to have a good faith conversation argument. And you were trying to do that earlier in the conversation, but for the sake of the conversation and the discussion, we were valuing it a little bit more than that. We were trying to let it go through so we can have it because this is a good discussion to have. But you trying to move the goalposts, you insert feelings.
Real talk. Let's not do that though. Let's not go into the victim mode. Oh, I'm just a woman, and that's why you're attacking me. It's nonsense. It's really not what it is. We were inclusive. We're cool with inviting people on who have different points of view. But again, if you're going to come on here, you need to bring it. You can't just come on here and babble and think you're going to get away with it. No.
We're a different breed.
This show is still young, but we have gotten to the point where we have given men and women the day on here. I'm just waiting for the day a dude pops up and says, "You all hate me. You're attacking me because I'm a man. You're attacking men. You're misogynist. You hate men." I'm waiting for that to happen. But usually that doesn't happen. Usually that's something that women will pop up and do. And I hope that's not an attack as well. But usually dudes aren't going to come at you like that. They might say something that you're a simp or something. But usually dudes aren't going to come from that vein.
Yeah.
But we get on both. I've never seen JB pop up and say, "You all are attacking men. You don't like men. All men aren't like men." I've never seen or heard that.
Yeah.
Nobody says, "Hey, you're going too hard," or "You're going in on the men." It's only when you're going in on the women.
And we go hard on the men in here. We go hard on men on here. We go hard on men on here. I have yet to see a woman say, "Hold on, y'all being too abrasive on men."
Right.
I've never seen that.
You know what I'm saying?
Right? So yeah, we're definitely
men are
gonna.
expected to be accountable. Go ahead, bro. Men are expected to be accountable for things.
So yeah, we'll definitely wrap up the show real quick for you guys. But before we get into that, I definitely want to show this one point where you have Lil Nas X. He apologized to the trans community after post mocking transition. So he said the surgery was a success. So he dressed up as a woman to say that he did the whole trans thing, and then come to find out he lied about it. So this guy actually trolls his community heavy, right? I did want to point out something. I did want to point out this, right? So as you know, that Gabriel Union receives award for the President's Award for sticking up for their daughter, Zaya, which was born a natural born boy who converted himself over to a woman. And that was his desires, you know. Dwayne Wade's daughter legally granted name and gender change 3 years after coming out as transgender. So he's going through the process. People are embracing it. Some people are saying that, you know, this shouldn't go that way. They need to be parents and whatever the case may be. However, that is his child. He is responsible for everything that comes with his child, and whatever the outcome is with his child. But I want people who are out there who may have a transgender child, I want them to understand um, this one point, because this isn't coming from any of us. This is just educating the masses on something that is so critical that we don't talk about. Um, and we don't have enough people in the LGBT community that shares their point of views on what's going on and the bad side of things. They're only promoting the good side. And you know, Dwayne Wade is supporting his child to get this, make the decisions to change into a transgender, to get his name changed, and also the talks about the operation being done. So, like I said, if you have a transgender child out there, or a child that wants to be transgender, wants to convert over, this is something that I would want you guys to listen to. Not saying that it's something that you should do or you know, should definitely take over your decision. But in order for us to get a good general sense of what's going on, we have to show you the bad as much as we show, as much as they program and portray the good. So I want you guys to listen. So turn up your headphones or your earpieces, because I want you to pay attention to what this transgender uh, individual from the LGBTQIA community has to say.
What does it feel like to miss your penis?
I 100% feel like I was part of some cruel medical and social experiment. I wish somebody hugged me a few years back and be like, you know what, you can present feminine, you can wear heels, hair, whatever you want, but we don't have technology to make you an actual woman.
Reasons for not wanting the surgery, etc. And people are like, well, yeah, maybe you won't be able to orgasm anymore. In their mind, their head goes to like, will you be able to still come afterwards? The reality is, for some people, and you're saying for yourself, you can't even have sex. You have had a sex change, and now you cannot have sex.
Yeah, it was not a fair trade at all. So when I was convinced I was a woman, I was like remembering how I was a kid waking up dreaming I had a vagina. And now I'm like, I wish I could go back. I made a huge mistake, you know. Now the family that was here, that was supportive of me, that live in America, the family that lives in America, now the transition is pulling me further away from them because first of all, they're confused. Third of all, like, I feel a little angry. I just feel like they affirmed my delusions. And honestly, I feel a little angry towards them. I know it's not their fault. Like, I own the fact that I signed on a dotted line, but I was just a traumatized kid. Like, my sister, she grew up with me. She knew the conditions we grew up in. She knew that I was traumatized. But again, she was like, she's weird than me. There's no way she could have known. But they kind of like didn't protect me from myself.
I thought that was very powerful at the end when the transgender individual said, they didn't protect me from myself. And I think as parents, you have to take that in consideration because you're seeing a transgender person who now regrets their decision that they made at a very young age. Regardless if that child is in the LGBT community or in the straight community, a child is a child. A child should not be making life decisions in that manner. We don't make children go out and buy cigarettes until they're 18. We don't make children around alcohol until they're 21. So there also needs to be regulated at a certain point, be 18 for them to be an adult to make that decision. But a child that's 11 that wants to get a change, and I'm seeing a lot of parents out there that's encouraging that. My opinion to that would be wait till the child is old enough to know where this is what the direction that that child wants to go in before they make a huge decision. And then later on in life, they regret it and they regret you and resent you, just like we just saw this person in the LGBTQIA community just stated. And just because that's not an anomaly case, I've heard this story from multiple people in that community that have the same storyline. So we got to be very careful as parents to understand that the children, as though they want something, they still have to have that guarded protection and let them choose when they're old enough to make that decision. Because when they're old enough to make that decision, then you could say to them, hey, you made that decision. You were a grown person and you made that choice. And now, not when I made it young and I should have protected you because that was what that person said was a delusion, or that was something that they thought they wanted at that time and later on regretted it, saying that, they wish that they had their genitals instead of getting rid of them. That's something very huge. And just to say, and my heart goes out to transgender individual because you can see that it hurt. Also, they was talking about how they grew up, and that goes into what we are saying, like circumstances. I don't know the particulars in her their background of how they were raised, if they were molested or whatever the case may be. But they were saying that it was very hard, and the sister knew how hard they were growing up. Maybe that contributed into them transforming into that side of being in that but just seeing that person cry like that, holding back the tears and just hearing the pain while talking about it and trying to joke about it in a way to cover up the pain that's going about it, you can see that they're deeply, deeply saddened and hurt behind that. So I just wanted to show y'all that, and then you guys can chime in on your thoughts on that as well.
Awful.
I just want.
Go ahead.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Bob. No, I was just saying that shit was awful to watch, man. It was painful to watch. And you know what? And after you spoke on that, I saw something from you that I seldom see when I see and hear others talk about these type of things. Even the sister that called in before. I saw you have empathy for the person who is being discussed. You care about the person that's actually being discussed. And even though we're not part of that community, I think there's a level of humaneness in what we say when we speak and how we speak that speaks to that. You understand what I'm saying? These are real people in real situations. And when your parents screw up like her parents did, like the Wades do, and currently, every time you turn around, all we hear about is this kid's sexuality. They're constantly exploiting this kid to get publicity and get presumably money, because this kid, is LGBT or trans, gay or trans. Like first he was trans, now he's gay. I don't even think they really know what they're going with at this point. But every time you turn around, this is a child. Every time you turn around, they're always talking about his sexuality. Got him doing press junkets and interviews and all this type of stuff. That has no place in a child's life. What are you doing? It's akin to child abuse from where I sit. You know what I'm saying? Like that shouldn't be. And the same thing with this kid. They'll girl today, they'll say I'm an alien. Tomorrow, they're children. You understand what I'm saying? And you have to be in the presence of mind as an adult to understand this is a child. And like you said, they can't buy cigarettes till a certain age. They can't buy liquor till a certain age. They can't do a lot of things till they're a certain age, right? But, I forget what ridiculous age it was. I think it was like 8 or something like that. They want to give kids the ability to choose to be able to take gender blocking hormones when they're like 8 years old. That is so outrageous. You understand what I'm saying? Like it makes no sense. Why the hell do they keep sexualizing children? And it just, I mean, at the end of the day, it starts to lean towards a pedophile agenda. If we're keeping it a buck, And watch the people who keep co-signing this, They keep trying to
It's grooming.
sexualize children. They
It's
got
grooming.
the
You just try to make sure you
character.
got people to live with in the future. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude. You know what I'm saying? They got the in cartoons, in children's cartoons. You got all these gay and trans characters. Why? They're children. You know what I'm saying? You don't even have families or whatever the case, characters that they focus on their heterosexuality per se in cartoons or whatever. You don't have them focusing on the sexuality of heterosexual characters. Now all of a sudden they got this whole crop of gay characters they want to put in cartoons, and they want to focus children's cartoons. They want to focus on their sexuality for what? You have to ask yourself that question. Why? Why is this? And people in that community will get upset when you start to say that, they have an acceptance of pedophilia. However, unfortunately, in certain circles, not all of them, but in certain circles within that community, yeah, they do. There's an organization called NAMLA. What was that? The National Association for Man and Boy Love, National Association for Men and Boy Love, something like that is what the letters stand for. They have offices. You know what I'm saying? Nationwide. You dig? And that is accepted. That is tolerated within that community, but nobody talks about that. No, wrong is wrong. And people need to start speaking out forcefully against this, because there's a reason why they keep suggesting this now to your children. There's a reason.
Correct.
Go ahead, Bob. I know you wanted to jump in.
That's what I was saying about.
That's
that's what I was saying about the whole thing about that proves the point that there's no gay gene. It's all about programming and influencing. That's why I say you could choose that life or whatever happened in your past, but there's no gay gene, because that's why they're promoting the children and they're pushing it towards the children to put potential influence on the child. People would be born gay, there wouldn't be no need to influence them, because that we would already have a society of people born gay versus people born in heterosexual, right?
Excellent.
And then also you have to look at it from, when you look at it, the people. Oh, geez, I just lost my train of thought. But no, go ahead, Bobby. It'll come back to me another time.
No, this is a global thing. I actually was very shocked to find out the other day that the way I found out about it was actually disturbing to me. That apparently in Japan the legal age of consent is 13, and supposedly yeah, right. This is a developed world. This isn't a third world
Yeah.
country in the six. This is a developed country. This is one of the I think they're one of the G8, one of the top 8 countries in the whole country.
It's 11 in Africa.
Wow. Well, hold up. Africa, all over
Angola.
Africa.
Angola.
Angola.
Yeah, Angola.
So I don't think that.
Yeah,
I don't know if Angola's the third world, not for maybe second world, but definitely not first world. But you have a developed nation. This is a country that is developed, advanced. They exist and operate on the world stage like the U.S., Britain, Russia, China, everywhere else, and the legal age of consent is 13. And supposedly they're looking at bumping the age up to 16 now. And that seems to be being met with resistance. And so I'm just like, how in the world is that okay? But again, we're talking about access to the kids. You would think, especially, again, this is a developed nation. Everywhere else, just about that's on the same level as them. The legal age for the, well, at this point, I gotta hope, because I haven't seen it on paper, so now I'm not sure. This puts a lot of questions for me now. You gotta care where you take your kids. But assuming that everybody else is on the same level, understanding that a person is not able to make certain life changing and altering decisions, such as sexual intercourse, until they're an adult, especially when you're talking about the age of consent, because that's not just about kids. We're talking about adults. That means a 13-year-old can get busy with a 40-year-old And so long as the child never says I was forced or whatever, it's no different from a dude and a chick meeting in a bar and going home afterwards. So this is crazy to say that this exists out there, but we have it out there. And on top of that, you would think that the trend would be, well, this has been on the books for a long time. It's about time this is high past time for correction. No, it's being met with resistance.
Mm, mm,
And
mm,
that might be the age of
mm.
consent, but we know damn well there ain't a whole lobby of high schoolers approaching Japanese
Wow.
parliament saying this is wrong. We know damn well they're not the ones protesting and bucking back at that.
Wow,
So
that's
who
heavy.
so who thinks that it's heinous to go ahead and add 3 years, which is very light, to be honest, to
You gotta
13
ask.
for the age of consent?
That's
So you got to
crazy.
be mindful of what's out there. But
Mm,
going back
Hmm.
specifically to the whole idea of the gender reassignment, and not just with the children, but the adults as well,
yeah.
I'm very much aware, and I keep in mind, don't forget that there was Dr. Paul McHugh, who was the former chief of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins, and
Yeah.
about I think it's 40 at this time, about 40 years ago, 4 decades ago, Johns Hopkins was
Mm,
pioneering gender reassignment surgery. Like
Hmm.
they were the ones that were really the way they were the guinea pig, so to speak, with that and putting that to
mm,
practice. It
really.
didn't take too much longer for that, but Dr. McHugh, he shut that down ASAP. And he put a whole
Mm,
moratorium and completely did away with the whole program. He said the reason it did is because when they do these surgeries and he had the follow up consultations with these
mm,
patients, he said that he noticed that there was a very disturbing trend with them where these people, these are people that would come, and of course they're sharing their stories and everything they're going through and saying, my whole life I felt like I
yeah.
was really trapped in someone else's body, but I would wear the clothes, I'd put the makeup on, or I'd get the haircut, or I talk a certain way, or I do all these things, but it never felt right, no matter how much. So the only thing I need to do is just get the surgery. That's going to change everything. And he
Yeah.
said, in most cases, the vast majority of the cases, all these people that went ahead and got the surgery and they followed up with them, they were all excited, they were happy, their friends and family were cheering for them and everything. But after the
Mm,
honeymoon phase wore off, they still felt like the same way. They said that it wore right off. They
right.
still didn't have, they still couldn't shake that imposter syndrome. He said a lot of them ended up committing self harm. Some of them even committed suicide. So he
Hmm.
said, so the very fact that we're committing such a drastic procedure, because this is a radical surgery.
Right. It
Also, it's
is.
elective. It's in the same vein as plastic surgery. This is elective surgery. This is not something that needs to be done.
Correct.
No one's going to have a life saving operation by switching the hardware. That's not going to
Mm-hmm.
happen.
That's all.
So he said, considering the amount of damage, because it doesn't matter what it's for, surgery ultimately is damage. It's an invasive procedure. You're damaging parts of the body, even if it's for a constructive or critical reason. You're still doing damage to the body. He said the nature and the extent of the damage being done to the body, it's not worth it given what the results of this are proving to what the average results are proving to be. This is
Mm,
dangerous. It's putting people in jeopardy. Many of them are even going further to go ahead and commit self harm because of it. We're stopping it. Didn't take long, but they ended up
wow.
firing him, canning him, and only
Mm,
recently, because I don't know what he did to go ahead and put in place, but I think only recently, the last several years or so, I believe they have the program back online up there. But again, this is someone who is a respect, and Johns Hopkins has always been elite
Oh yeah,
in
top of the
medicine.
line.
yeah.
Their psychology, their mental health program has been second to none for decades and decades. So
True.
to be the chief of psychiatry, you can't be no slouch. So this is a dude that knows his field. He's in
Agree.
there, well respected by his
Mm,
colleagues, and he's making this judgment call, and he's getting ousted because he's saying, "I'm operating in what's in the best interest of our patients. Do no harm."
hmm But
Saying, "Yeah,
he
get
wasn't
your ass
in
up
line
out of
with the
here."
agenda. But he wasn't in line
So
with
you
the
got to
agenda.
think about this, and then you see what
Mm,
that person came forward and shared with everybody. Someone's got to protect the children. If you as an
yes.
adult want to make a decision to have buyer's remorse, charge of
Hmm
the game. That's everybody. We all make decisions as adults that sometimes we wish we could get back or do over again. Some less
Right.
critical than others. But as a child, you ain't got the life experience You haven't lived long enough. You ain't seen enough. You ain't done enough. You don't even pay your own damn phone bill.
Mm.
There you go.
You don't even pay any real bills. You ain't never had to pay rent. You ain't never had a mortgage. You have never taken on any of the actual responsibilities of adulthood for the most part. How
Mm.
can you have enough mental awareness to know that I'm not supposed to be this way? This is all you've known. Based off of what? If you still
Right.
feel the way as an adult, do you hope you find happiness in it, but not as a child?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Right. I draw that
definitely.
line. Thick.
Definitely.
You did.
We got to protect them. We got to
Protect the
protect
babies.
them.
Man.
We got to protect the babies. I know time is
Mm-hmm.
running for us. I know we've been on here for a minute. We didn't have Queen check this week. I
We
didn't
can't
have
end
Queen
without it.
check this week.
We can't end
We didn't
without
have.
it.
Yeah,
What's up with the
we didn't.
crown check, Ant?
No, no, no,
What's
no,
up with the crown check?
no. We didn't have crown check this week because I couldn't find a woman that played into today's topic,
Oh
right?
man, I could have helped you.
Because
Oh,
Man, water up.
okay.
Ain't got to be
because
related.
if you think about it, right, a lot of the women that are LGBT in the LGBT community in the past, they weren't really riders for our community. So we really highlight the riders in the community, what they've done for the community. So I didn't want to highlight a woman that really wasn't a rider like that for our community. But what I did do is I found a rider that lines up with the topic today. Now, it's not a woman, but it is a man. So
I think
Okay.
I was.
we're definitely going to show props to this.
Mm-hmm. Bring them
Mm-hmm.
out.
Come on. Bring him out. Bring him out.
So instead of, okay,
I
That
all
was it.
do it.
That's my guy.
right, there we go.
Shout out to brother
Salute.
There we
James
go.
Ball. Shout out to him.
All right.
Yeah.
Shout
You
out
right
to
about
my
that.
dude, James Baldwin,
He was
right?
a rider.
Perfect guy for tonight's show.
Mm-hmm.
This was a rider.
He
And
was a
this
rider.
guy, James Baldwin, told society, when I walk in a room, they don't know nothing about my sexuality. When I walk in the room, they know that I'm black.
Mm.
And he
Right.
was so powerful, so acclaimed, man. He wrote so many books. And he's just, oh man, he was one of the most phenomenal writers. And he was part of the LGBTQIA community. But he told them that race was always on the table first, not my
Right.
sexuality. That's a
Mm-hmm.
writer. That was
That's
somebody
a
who
rider.
wrote for the community despite going through their own battles of trying to maneuver through society as a homosexual man. So I did have 4 James Baldwin quotes that I wanted to put up to share, very powerful quotes. So I took 4
Yeah.
of them, and one of his quotes was, "The paradox of education is precisely this, that of one begins to become conscious, one begins to examine society in which he is being educated." So that was pretty profound and deep, you know what I mean? So you have
Mm-hmm.
to study the education to understand where in society
Oh man.
That's heavy.
I'm saying they go and where very powerful quote. Another one was, and once you realize that you can do something, it will be difficult to live with yourself if you didn't do it.
Mm.
So that to me felt like, everybody has something. You have a purpose in life. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't do it, you're going to regret it. You know what I'm saying? So get to finding out your purpose and going at it. And don't be afraid to do what it is that you want to do. And he was a writer and he wasn't afraid to do it, even though he was caught at several incidents with children telling them that writers are undermined in this country and there's really no room for writers. And I thought that was pretty dope. He was very honest.
Truth.
Told them, you still be what you want to do. Go out there and work and get hard to go get it. But know that this way that you're going to is not paid for you in the way you think it is. This was one of the most powerful quotes that we all know him for. To be a Negro in this
Mm.
country and to be relatively conscious is to be enraged almost all the time. And that is,
That's my
man, one of the most
yeah.
profound quotes that you could find to
Yes, it is.
today. And the last one is not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. And
Real
that's
talk.
why we did the show today, is because we wanted to face it. We wanted to show that if nobody steps up and stands up for our women, they're going to be steamrolled. This was the time for us to stand up and have our women's back and let them know that the LGBTQIA community is not going to steamroll them out of existence. We can coexist without
Right.
removing the powers of women that they're trying to do right now. And us, your brothers, and countless other people are going to stand up for you, queens, day in, day out, because we see the agenda is trying to
True.
exterminate you, not the LGBT community, but the agenda. And we're pushing back against the agenda because our sisters, our queens, our women mean so much more to us. And we magnify our black women, but women in the people who birth the nation, we are standing in solidarity with everybody, every woman from every race, to make sure that you're not being erased out of this agenda. So that was what we wanted to make sure we did with this show. I hope we did a phenomenal job with the show and showing you guys on how we broke down the difference between the community and the agenda, and how we can push back against the agenda without pushing back against the community. So I thank y'all brothers for doing a phenomenal job. We thank everybody who has been watching in and participating. We love the crowd participation. Please keep it coming.
No
This
doubt.
open thing for dialogue. We embrace any type of dialogue. So tell a friend to tell a friend, and I'll let you guys close it out with that.
Yeah, let me just put it out there, man. Brother James Baldwin was a rider among riders. And fast forward to today, Brother Marcel Dixon is a rider among riders. And
Correct.
he's part of that
Absolutely.
community. Just, ran for office, and he ran for was it the House or the Senate in South
It's either
Carolina.
Missouri, wrong,
He was
Carolina,
running for
yeah.
I think no, it was
Clapper.
a house. It was a house. It
He
was a
was running for
house.
Clyburn team. Clyburn is in the House, yeah. So
Yeah,
he
he's in the
ran
house. Yeah.
in South Carolina. Unfortunately, he didn't win this go around, but he is a reparations candidate, and the brother is out here, doing the work. He's somebody who's all about giving foundational Black Americans an agenda for the first time. And that's something that we need to talk about, because all these politicians come around begging for our vote every 4 years and forget about us after the election. And they come around us begging for our vote because they know that we're not very politically astute. You come around with a bucket of chicken and you doing the Dougie or the wobble, and Black folks will vote for you.
Yeah.
That has to stop. You know what I mean? And
Correct.
this brother who happens to be LGBT, he's out there, leading the charge for foundational Black Americans to get tangible benefits for their vote. He is a reparations candidate, and he is a badass. He knows history inside out. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
And some people were, when he was running, people were, I don't know, because whatever, because they're thinking, that he probably is one of these LGBT people in politics, because usually when you see them in politics, they're gay first and they act like they're not even Black. You understand what I'm saying? But I explain to people, nah, this brother's not like that. He is Black first, and he is a purist, from what I can see of him. And he's really about getting an agenda together for us. So shout out to him, modern day, and shout out to James Baldwin. He was a rider among riders. They didn't even let him speak at the March on Washington because they were afraid of what he was going to say. They were afraid of what would come out of his mouth. He actually said that. You know what I mean? He was that badass. He was not one of these conciliatory, mealy mouth, sorry Negroes. He was one of them stand-up people like, hey, these are my people, and we gonna do for our people. Never mind the rest of you. So shout out to him. As far as sisters are concerned, when I think of sisters who are part of that community, I think of Billie Holiday. I think of Nikki Giovanni. I think of them. And they contributed to the community. Billie Holiday is known for, speaking out for the rights of Black people and providing funding for certain individuals to, be able to do certain things or whatever the case may be. Nikki Giovanni was a very profound poet, and she also spoke out about issues that were specific to our community. And she was a great poet. I have one of her albums, a great poet and writer. So these people, are also very significant. Shout out to those sisters. Shout out to those brothers. And I just want to go ahead and bring it back and reiterate this, because people love to take this and twist it and make it something else. Like Ant said, this is not an attack in any way, shape, or form on the LGBT community. I just named quite a few LGBT sisters that we know and love. You understand? And that's all good. If that's what you choose in your life, that's your business. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not knocking you for your choice or your preference or who you are, whatever the case may be. But one thing for one, again, we're speaking earlier, we're talking about science. Science has nothing to do with your opinion. And sister who was on here earlier, quite frankly, she made it sound like we were banging on gay people because there is no science that supports that you can be born gay. We weren't banging on them. We're just stating the fact. That's just what it is. And those of us that are out there that want to learn things, that want to understand things, that want to come to a higher level of consciousness, you need to understand that your little opinion doesn't mean much when people are talking about facts. At the end of the day, like Bobby said in one of his posts, facts are very stubborn things. Yeah, because facts just are what they are. You understand what I'm saying? We're not putting anybody out there. We're not dissing anybody. We're just stating the facts. And you can't get mad at a person for stating facts and then come into a discussion with them and try to debate them when they're speaking on facts. And you're just talking about, you're starting your sentence with, in my opinion. You've already lost the conversation. We can't have an adult conversation with you. You understand what I'm saying? So again, I invite the sister to call back. If she thinks she can bring it a little better, I'm willing to listen to you. I have no problem with that. Nobody attacked you because you were a woman. That's nonsense. Please, let's stop that. You know what I'm saying? And in closing, I just like to say, we do thank the ones of you, that are rocking with us, that are still with us. Oh my God, almost 4 hours later. We doing it like that. That's real, that y'all still here. Y'all still rocking with us at this hour. So shout out to y'all. We love y'all. We appreciate the energy. We appreciate the participation. And we're going to keep bringing the thunder every week. We coming, bro. You understand? We gonna go 1,000,000,000%. To bring you the best content possible and give you something factual, something you can take home with you. You know what I'm saying? And brothers and sisters are brothers and sisters. If you're gay, part of that community, that's fine. But we need to understand, as a group, we need a code of conduct. And the most important thing about that code of conduct is that we be one, which is Black first. Everything else is secondary. Like James Baldwin said, when he walks in a room, nobody sees that he's gay, but they see that your ass is Black. And that's a green light to discriminate against you, to mistreat you, whatever the case may be. So we need to all coalesce around the thing that we have in common and build a code around that and protect each other and look out for each other. You got these kids out here, in closing again, you got these kids out here, and I specifically have a problem with some of the attacks that I see from those that are radical within the community that are going towards our children. You need to be very clear, like Malcolm said, about the women. We'll kill you about our children too. And that's what it is at the end of the day. We need to all be on that. Go ahead, Bob. What you got?
Absolutely.
What you got?
Look, at the end of the day, we're all entitled to our own opinions. We're not entitled to our own facts. Facts do not belong to anybody. Facts do not have ownership. There's no leash, no collar that you can attach, no chain that you can put on facts. Facts do not partake in a master servant or master slave relationship. The facts just are. And all of
Mhm.
us, every single person, each and every single one of us, there's always going to be facts that we're on the right side of, at least as far as what we like and our preferences and what's beneficial to us. There's also going to be facts that we're on the wrong side of. That's a cost that you pay for living. The only time you're not going to be on the right or wrong side of facts is when you're dead. And truth be told, you're still on the right and wrong side of facts, just that you're dead. So you're not in a position to care or give a damn. You
Right,
know,
right.
the only time you get to live a worry-free, trouble-free life is when you're dead. When you're in the soil,
What's up?
nothing matters anymore. As long as you're alive, as an old pastor might once said, troubles are the price you pay for life here on earth. So it is what it is.
It is.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, the goal is to be able to stand firm, to stand on principles. Um, we're not banging on, again, we don't bang on individuals, we bang on ideas. You
Mm-hmm.
know, in some cases, there might be some people that get caught in the path, so to speak. But ultimately,
Mm.
we're not trying to get to you. We're trying to get to that behind you right there.
Right.
So don't take it personally because this platform, even if the tone might not always come out the way you want to, ultimately the goal is to work for the greater good. That's what we're looking out for. And sometimes you got to butt heads, but just like families, you have arguments in families sometimes too. But ultimately, as long as we're able to walk forward and say, "Hey, you know what? Nothing personal. Bada bing, bada boom." Um,
Mm-hmm.
as far as this goes, hopefully this was helpful. Hopefully this answered some things. But I like the fact that we were able to go ahead and get in some good conversation, really chop up something that a lot of people try to stray away from, which, to be honest, does grave disservice. I understand that there can definitely be risks when it comes to talking about this subject of conversation,
Mm-hmm.
but that needs to change,
Right.
although I know it won't. But that needs to be changed because I believe that does a disservice to all parties involved, both the heterosexual folks and the non heterosexual folks, because there's a lot of room for conversation and dialogue. There's a lot of room for understanding and growth on both sides. And so long as you
Mm-hmm.
have people walking on eggshells because they think that they're going to get spit roasted or they think that they're going to
Yeah.
get torched to oblivion, you're not going to be able to have proper discussion that leads to something productive because now you have fear in the picture. You have
Mm-hmm.
frustration and anger in the picture. You're not going to be
Right.
able to get any positive like that. When we're able to have these conversations that result in viewpoints that may or may not be agreed upon, may or may not be liked or loved, but we're still able to understand that we can go ahead and chop this up and walk away from here all good, all love, then we can move forward. That's the
No
goal.
doubt.
That's the
No doubt.
objective. So hopefully I was able to
Mm-hmm.
do that. Hopefully I was able to spark some stuff. And hopefully some things were said that's going to get people thinking and looking and doing research and learning because growth, again, this is something I harp on. I'm probably going to be saying this many times in the future. You're either growing or you're dying. There's no in between. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're stagnant,
That's
you're dying. So you got to grow. If you heard things that didn't sit well with you, things that you hadn't heard before, things that made you think, things that made you feel any kind of way. If it drew any kind of
Mm-hmm.
reaction, good, bad, or undecided in between, dig into that. Do some research. Find some things. You might find some things that are going to be new for you. You might confirm some old things that you knew. But do the work, do
mm.
the process, inform yourself, become elevated. We'll catch y'all next week, same time, same place, God willing.
All right. Two
There
things
you
before
go.
we get up out of here. I just wanted to show. Um, let's see if you can see it. No single gay gene associated with being gay. They have did a test over 1 million people, and they have concluded multiple tests show there's no gay gene. There's plenty of research on there. I'm not gonna sit here and take the time to give you countless amounts of government sites. This is a government site that did the research in the UK. Like I said, I've sat down with several doctors before. There's no gay gene. So you can look it up. You have another week or so. You can come back up here and join in the conversation. Um, but it's still going to be the same thing. Like Bobby said, you
Yep.
can't argue. You can't argue facts. I
Hey,
don't know.
and what's
Right.
I don't know. This isn't a team. This isn't a win for women. It's facts. It's not about a man or woman trying to be right. It's about facts being right, and this is facts. Another thing that JB said that that she brought up to make her point, which was, oh, I know a lot of people, and this is what they told me. That's cool. We all have, one thing about it is we all have anomaly and proximity situations. But you got to remember, when you're dealing with the world, you're dealing with statistical level, right? So yes, you can hear people tell you that. That doesn't make it true. It's just a bunch of people telling you that. You know what else I can use that can debunk what she said? The fact that you know, and JB know, Dazzle, you know, and JB know that there's a bunch of low energy men out here. And these men are not taking care of their children. I can show you 1,000 women that say, it's a bunch of black men out here that's deadbeat dads. And guess what? I'll have to sit back and say, yeah, you're probably right. You probably know 1,000 deadbeat dads. But statistically, government access, government documents, 2015 CDC, that's a government site, stated that black men are the #1 men inside, they're the #1 fathers inside and outside the household. They outbeat Caucasian, Hispanic, Pacific Americans, Arabs, Chinese. They beat out everybody. As the #1 inside, I want you to get this, inside and outside the household. So that means inside the household means a family unit. Outside means that I'm living somewhere else and I'm coming to take care of my business, picking up my child or whatever the case may be. So you can't talk to me about opinions. We're fact-based out here. I can give you facts. We don't talk about stuff we can't argue. But the thing about it is, and it's sad that more women do it than men, is they have to try to prove a point to make it seem like they're right. It's okay for you to say, you know what? I don't know that. Thank you for informing me, and not make it a hissy fit and not.
That's grown woman shit. That's
out on a level and then go out there and say, oh, these guys went and did this to me when that never happened. That's being very disingenuous. And also that causes harm on us. See, we talked about that last week where we talk about how you got to protect brothers in situations. When you go out here and you make claims that we're trying to jump on you or we're doing this because you're a woman, that is very harmful to us because we don't know if your family members are watching. And if they see one of us out in the streets, they might come at us because they thought that we sat back and attacked you on social media on this platform. And that is very disingenuous and very harmful to us. And if you still don't see the repercussion and how powerful that would be, then whatever we say is just not going to sit right with you or JB at all. And that, to me, hey, I can't change anybody's mind. I can't have you thinking how you want to think. But if that's how you go about it, that's how y'all are, fine. I can't do nothing about that. Only thing we do on here is present facts. We do solutions. We hold men accountable and we hold women accountable. That's it. That's our program for tonight. I'll end it with that. Gentlemen, we'll see you next week. Anybody else? Line up next week. We're going to have a dope show for you next week. I'm not going to want to miss this show because I know Major and I know Drake is definitely going to take off and go with extra ham next week. I'm excited, and the week ain't even started, and I'm excited for the next topic next week. I'm not going to tell y'all it's going to be a phenomenal one.
Shopping in the stores, writing your name on the bullets.
These dudes about to put on their smoking jackets because they're going to have a lot of smoke for y'all next week. So with that being said, man, we out of here. We appreciate y'all, and we see y'all next week. We'll see y'all next week. All right. Peace. Be out. Appreciate y'all. All right. Peace.
On the album, we do things like songs that are a little, what we call sexy. You can see from the title, it's more of a love album.